This morning. My name's Debbie and I'm going to be with you live for the next 4 hours. We've got a guest with us as well. Angela Presley is in the building and she's going to be here at 9 o'clock and 11 o'clock with bags and pincushions and tea cozies and English paper piece and all kind of malarkey. We've got fabric panels galore coming up in this hour, something for everybody. The clutch is with Angela at 9. At 10 o'clock, oh, get your pens and papers ready for some great stash building, bargain fabrics for dressmaking. And then we've got a pincushion and tea cozy with Angela again at 11, and at 12 o'clock more stash. We do a lot of that, don't we? We do a lot of stash building bundles here this morning. We want you sewing forever. We want to inspire you, get you going, and then keep you there. That's the idea. Now then, thank you for being here. We've got early birds already this morning, and Angie's here already. Morning to you. Got anybody else checking in? She said, morning all to Sewing Street, all to all the crew. Always look forward to seeing Street. She's lost her W's this morning, Angie has. Sam was here earlier on as well, only found us a few days ago, learned so much already, thank you very much. If you would like, Glenys here as well, and I need to keep refreshing, so I'm not checking my emails when I'm doing this. I have to keep going backwards and forwards to see who's there, because we like to do the register. Morning, Glenys. So we like to know who's there. If you would like to come and get in touch this morning, what you're doing, what's your weather like, where in the world are you, what you're up to, any requests, you can message us via email if you wish at sewingstreet.com, studio@sewingstreet.com, or you can come to the Facebook page, which is where I am, which is Sewing Street TV. So don't go to the fans ones, go to the, there's Morag there as well. Look, you had a busy night? So, oh, Pauline's here, nice and bright and early for a silly Sunday morning. Morning, Pauline, she says, morning. Morag's up and ready and finishing off a hot water bottle cushion. So, yeah, let me know what you're up to. We'd like to have a chat on a Sunday morning. Nice thing on a Sunday morning at Sewing Street, there's nobody here. So there's no management, there's nobody to tell us off, there's nobody to say, well, get on with selling that stuff and do your job. We do what we want, really, on a Sunday. So let's have a chat, what you've been up to. Has it been nice? It was nice and warm yesterday. I didn't see much of yesterday, a bit busy yesterday. Yeah, what are you doing over the weekend? What are you doing next? What are you doing? Do you want to see what the early bird is? I really ought to do my job at some point, hadn't I? At 8 o'clock every morning, we bring you a special offer. We call it an early bird, and we reduce the price. So here, you're saving the price of one of these pieces. You have the most beautiful autumnal colours, with the greens and the yellows and the beiges and the browns and the spots, taking us through to the next season. So I think we're over summer a little bit. Well, we're never over summer, really, are we? But we're ready for the autumn. We're ready for the deeper, richer autumn leaves kind of colours. I say cushions, that's the one I'm thinking of. And that's what we've got here. Now, there are 5 half metres. I'll show you the size of a half metre, just in case you weren't aware. These are 112 centimetres wide. Got my cuppa. Have you got your cuppa ready? And we have ½ metre in length. And this is all lovely quality weight of cotton as well. So what are you going to make? Because I'm thinking cushion covers, or you could patchwork these together really well, actually. If you go for more than one, they're not going to come all in one length, so you won't be making a pair of curtains out of them unless they're patchwork. But I just think they go so nicely together. You've got colours, you know, the plainer ones make the spotty ones pop, and I just think they're really tonally very nice. So you're getting 5, but you're only paying for 4. So which one aren't you paying? You're getting that one free. So you paid for all of those, but we're going to give you that one for free. I'm just thinking trims and bias bindings and you know, smaller projects. Maybe you're doing a little bit of English paper piecing like what we've got coming up later on today. Or you could make things like we have got charm packs coming up. So, you know, we have put some bundles together for you. But if you've got smaller projects, then that would be perfect for you. And it's all nice quality. We don't put these early birds together thinking, right, what have we got left in the warehouse that we need to get rid of? They're really nice quality fabrics, and these are the kind of things that you see as staples on our website as well. Talking of which, if you want to place an order, you can do so on the website, which is sewingstreet.com. Otherwise, you can give us a ring. It's 0800 001 4433, and that's a UK-based free helpline. And they're very nice people as well. And they don't mind getting up at 8 o'clock on a Sunday morning to answer your calls. So give them a bell. So have we got Alan this morning? How's your nan, Alan, this morning? Let's have a look. Just checking in. Oh, hi, Carol. Carol's I've got my coffee as well, Carol. Dogs have got chews to keep them occupied, so she's off to buy the early bird. Don't be too long. I'm going to do a bit of sewing in a minute. Dawn, morning Dawn, watching from bed. Oh, yeah. Are you having a lie? You're not ill, are you? Having a lie-in? Oh, that's nice. Bring a ray of sunshine through. Oh, thank you very much. Morning, Debbie. Debbie's there as well. Pauline missed me live yesterday. I had to move her daughter into uni. Missing her already. Do you know, my daughter didn't move to uni. She moved for work. And I never thought that she'd leave home, to be honest. I was quite surprised. Broke my heart. Didn't tell her that. Morning, Morag. She's not back until Tuesday morning at 10. Lots of sewing for you to do for the next few days then. So it's nice to have your company this morning. Have you got your cuppa? Lovely. Right, we've got lots of panels for you, and I thought we might do a little bit of free motion embroidery on a Christmas-inspired panel. Shall we have a perusal? Because we've got massive studio now. We can do this, and we can do that, and then we can magically appear here. Because we can do that. Right. Let me put that where I'm not going to knock it over. That'll do. Because then I would be in trouble. Let's have a look at, let's have a look at these first of all. If you were watching yesterday, they had my beige yellow pillowcase on. Wasn't expecting that. And that was repeated in the 7 o'clock show this morning. So if you were watching before this show, you might have seen these. And these are lovely. They made a really lovely beige yellow. But I love the colours, the tones, a blue-grey. This is Staffordshire mantelpiece. And if you want to order, that will be GJW57. Lots of detail in this as well. Now, I have before now just used these as pieces of fabric on their own. You don't have to cut them up. It can be quite time consuming, but you don't need to. Or you can just pinch the back of them together and create seams so it looks like you've pieced them all even though you haven't. They're 2.5 inch wide strips, so standard size for jelly rolls and fabric rolls. But these are 55 inches long, so a little bit longer than you would expect. And look, you've got your pottery dogs and pottery cats and flowers and tiny, tiny little prints. And then pots, you've got actual pots, teapots and cups. And, no saucers, not quite posh enough, I think, no saucers with these ones. But I love the colours on there. I think they're so pretty and so delicate. Even the teapots have got little flowers on them. So you don't have to use them as strips. Of course, you can cut into them. You can do your 60-degree triangles or cut hexagons from them, whatever you wish. Or just use them as stripy fabric. Entirely up to you. 100% cotton, and they are unique to Sewing Street. Can't buy these anywhere else. And they're designed and printed in the UK. And it's just £19.99. It is twice the size of this, though. So if I just open it up and show you quickly, you get that much. Look, only launched yesterday and really, really busy it was. I'm not surprised at all, really. That's lovely. And then there was another new panel launched yesterday, which is Hello Puppet. And that's this one. So pretty. I love poppies. They're one of my favourite flowers. They don't transport very well, though, do they? When you try and pick wild ones and put them in a jar. Not that I've ever done that, of course. But you've got the poppy heads there. And then flowers, and are they little bluebells? And look like daisies, but lovely little ditzy floral panels in really pretty colours. Which you could, I was talking about autumnal, you could mix these with the deeper colours, so you can see the sandy colours that are in there. If you chose a plain in those kind of colours, I think it would kind of deepen it and make it a little bit more autumn wintry. But the poppy heads haven't got the petals on them, so it just take you through to the next season, really. That's really pretty. So again, that's £19.99, and another one that was exclusive to sewing street. It's nice to have something that nobody else has, isn't it? In fact, everything that we have in this hour is something that nobody else has. Unless you've got yours already, of course. Right, have we got anybody else? Because I know you like to come in nice and early. We've had a message on YouTube from Caroline. Hello, Caroline. She says, good morning, Debbie and all at Sewing Street. Just waiting for a hubby to get home to start celebrating. But oh, happy birthday to you. Oh, get home? Was he out on the tiles last night? Or is he just nipped out to get you a cake? That's probably more like what it is. Hi, Debbie. She's made, she's got a new embroidery machine, Debbie has. That's beautiful. Well done. Lovely colours. Morning, Diane. Morning, Kirsty. Doing a spot of hand sewing on the binding of a bag I made yesterday. Lovely. I think we're up to date there. Lovely. Okay. So we did think for a second there that you said you're doing a spot of housework. You know the rules. Not till 1 o'clock. Saturday, Sundays, not until 1 o'clock. It's the Boris rule. Boris says absolutely 2 metre distance between any household appliance apart from coffee machines and kettles. Okay? That's my Uncle Boris, not Prime Minister, obviously. Yep, although he should abide by the Boris rules as well. Okay, we have stem marmalade, which, if you'd like to place your order, is NYW62, and we've got 5-inch squares. Now with these, I've made cushion covers out of these before without even cutting them out. So what I did was just actually from the right side, sew along the edge, so you can see the white bit, and it looks like you put white piping around each one of the squares. And they're all kind of arranged nicely on there, so there's not 2 prints next to each other. So, and it's twice the size as well. Those are the other ones. So you could quite easily just use that as one sheet of fabric. Or if you sewed them together from the back, it would look like you'd piece them all together. And hey, you've got perfect points every time. Or of course you can cut them out and use them individually. If you are piecing, English paper piecing maybe, you could get quite a size, maybe 2.5 inch hexagon out of each one of those. And aren't the colours lovely? Again, we're talking autumn marmalade with a deep teal in the background as well, but it's kind of a very modern, almost abstract flowers designs on this one. And it's only £15.99, and it measures in at the whole thing. Well, there's 40 of them, so 40 times 5, long and deep. Didn't really mean anything. I should show you how big. It's that big, look. So it's about 150 centimetres wide. 12.5 centimetre squares. We do that a lot, don't we? We tend to, well, I do, talk metres, centimetres and inches all in one sentence. So, because I sew in inches and I measure in inches, but I buy in metres. So I'm bi-numerical. That's quite a talent, apparently. Oh, now then, we do fat quarter panels, which are a little bit larger than you would expect to find from a fat quarter panel. So I'm going to show you that the right way around, because they're flowers again. So it's the same design as you've got on the marmalade. But look at the size of that. So a fat quarter, basically, is if you buy a 1/4 metre of fabric, you'll buy that much. And it'll be off the bolt or off the roll, and it will be all the way across the fabric. That's a long quarter, because it'll be long and thin. So with a fat quarter, instead of cutting a 1/4 off the bolt, we cut 1 metre off the bolt, and then cut it that way and that way. So that makes 4 quarters, not long quarters, they're fat quarters. So a fat quarter over here, because you'll be buying in metres, will be 1/2 metre long, and width-wise it will be half the length of the bolt. So if you're buying off a bolt and you're buying quilting weight fabric, that will be 22 inches, because quilting weight fabric is normally 44. If you buy a fat quarter of, you wouldn't, but a dressmaking fabric would be 140 centimetres, so you'd have 70, but these are 150 centimetres wide. So your fat quarters are larger than you would normally imagine. And in fact, they're 70 centimetres wide and 50 centimetres long. They're huge. And again, it's a nice weave. It's a quilting weight of weave. So if you're hand sewing this, it's got a nice loose weave so you can get your needle through there easily. So a 30-degree wash. And all again Made and designed just for us in the UK, exclusive, oh yeah. For £14, that's £14.99. That's good, isn't it? And really pretty colours. We've got pale pinks and deeper blues and everything, because you're buying pre-cut, in effect, everything goes together beautifully. So although that turquoise isn't the same colour as any of the ones in the fabric, tonally it matches, so that's how they go together so well. There we go, and that's the small one. So again, £14.99 is for that one. What do you think about panels? I never really paid much attention until I started working with Sewing Street, actually, and I can't stop doing them. I think they're a brilliant idea. You know that every piece is going to have all of the colours matching, and sometimes they're a lot easier to use than there's 4 pieces of fabric. Do you know what I mean? Like the strips and everything, you just know that everything's going to match perfectly. Now then, this is XTW86 and we're looking at Misty Kitchen. Actually, that would be nice in a kitchen, wouldn't it? Tea cozies and oven gloves and all those little borders that you put around the top of your tea towel to hang over the oven door. Maybe you're going to make a cover for your Kenwood chef or any other chef you have. Little aprons, you can make a half apron out of one of these panels and then a contrasting, oh, we should have done that, shouldn't we? We could have made one of those today. And then a contrasting pocket on the front. So one side of these is the deep reds and one side is the greys, and again tonally they just go so well together, but that's what we like. That's what we like about our coordinating. Oh, hi Sue. Sue loves the panels. She's going to make a start on the home is where the heart is today. Lucy, that is gorgeous. A daughter wanted, in her words, a fancy doggy dress. That is beautiful. Oh, and I've seen Deborah's. Deborah with a posh embroidery machine. Get her. Okay, so again, they're the same size, so there'll be 70 by 50 centimetres for each one of those, and there's 4 quarters on the panel altogether for your £14.99. Right. I was going to do a bit of sewing, but we've got so much to get through. Got bag making in the next hour with Angela, remember? Oh, now then. Oh, bright and fresh and oh my word, look at these. Rainbow colours, bright and bold. We have the turquoise spots. We've got cerise with wiggly wavy lines that look like they've been stitched. We've got little arrows on royal, and then look at that sunshine yellow. Yellow is one of the most popular colours of fabric I've been asked for recently, so it's nice to see it. Oh, apparently there's a yellow bundle on yesterday morning and sold out in an instant, so get your yellows here. Good morning, this one's called. Oh, what would you do with it? I would cut these into strips and use them all together and make something really bright and happy. Cheery colours that are going to put a smile on your face. Oh, and again, £14.99 is your price for those. And not just plain colours, you know, we have put some effort in here. Because we've got the little dash lines on those ones, and then there's the polka dots on the turquoise, and these are like stitched lines, like almost like your free motion. You might do a bit of that in a bit, and then that's the other side of that one, isn't it? Yeah. So £14.99 for that one. I haven't even mentioned the postage, have I? Not doing my job at all today. Well, it's Sunday. Nobody does their job on a Sunday, do they? If you, anything that you buy, so if you bought the early bird already, then we don't charge any extra postage for the whole of the rest of the day. So you can go all the way through to, say, a minute before midnight, just to make sure you're in there today, and order anything else that you like, and you're not going to pay any extra postage. So it's like you buy one item, so you could buy this panel, and then everything else is P&P free for the whole of the rest of the day. That's a good deal, isn't it? So £19.99 your price there. If you've gone for the early bird, you've made that saving anyway, which is almost your postage. But it's nice to have a bit of free postage, isn't it? So here we are looking at the British design roll, the reds, the whites and the blues with the classic rose print spots. We've got checks, we've got something similar to gingham, and we've got ditzy flowers and more checks. And then, because I haven't finished there, we go into the reds. I love the stripes behind flowers. I think stripes and flowers go really well. But even the background on these, you see the roses, it's a linen print in the background. So there's lots and lots of detail. The more detail you have, the more expensive things are normally. So the more colours you have, the more expensive. But again, 100% cotton, all designed and printed in the UK, and at just £19.99. So much value. And again, I would be tempted to just either, like I said with the checks, to just sew a seam on the top there, so you've got the white stripe that looks like binding. Or if you sew it from the wrong side, use your 1/4 inch seam allowance. These are 2.5 inch strips, so you can do your bargellos with them without cutting all the strips up if you wanted to. And then it just looks like you've pieced them, go in there, piece them all together without having to cut them out even. So loads of stuff you can do with this. And again, because it is so big, that would make a nice kitchen apron, wouldn't it? And you could do loads. So the size of it. So if I were to make a full-length apron, for instance, you could do two. So you could do a red one and a blue one. So if that's there, I'd cut one of the strips from the side, and then I'd do that, and then measure it to the length that you want. And I've got enough to make this is on the floor now. I've got enough to make a cushion cover left over from that. And then the strip that I cut for the side, I'd use to make a strap and the ties that go around the waist. And you've got a nice little apron. And then I can make another one in blue. Or you could make it reversible, have blue on one side and the red on the other. And then with what's left over, you could make a contrasting pocket. So use the red, and then you've got that kind of thing. Obviously cut that out and make a pocket out of it, not just fold it up at the bottom. So lots you can do with that for £19.99. You could make a little blind, couldn't you? You know, like a faux one, just by, if you folded that up from the bottom. If you just wanted like a pelmet, if it's a window that maybe it's frosted and you just want to decorate it instead of having a useful blind, just maybe do a little bit of a festoon thing going on, a bit of swag and tailage across the top of it. Oh yes, so we like a bit of swag and tailage on a Sunday morning. But yeah, lots you can do with it, and I just think it's really pretty fabric. So that's £19.99. Exclusive to us again. Nobody else has got them. Right. Oh, did you know? Oh, here it is. I said, did you notice previously when we were, that I had to get a bus from the other side of the Sex, it's so big in here, that we had the giraffes hanging up behind me. It wasn't just a pretty picture to decorate the set. This is actually a fabric panel. Isn't that gorgeous? Not been available on its own before, so it's the first time you've seen this on its own. So it used to be an attic window panel, but now we've got this on its own. So you could just put this on a frame, couldn't you? You could put it on a frame, stretch it over a canvas, and you've got a really lovely photograph. Maybe it's a mother and daughter, or a dad and son, or one of those occasions, or you're giving it as a gift to two people. Is that a bird? I'm going to look closely. It is, it's got a bird on its neck. Look at that. Oh, it's having its mane done. Look, little bird there. He's having a ride. Got fed up a fly in that one. But isn't it gorgeous? Now we were saying Kat, who's producing today, and we have Elliot directing today. They say hello. That's how he talks. That's just how he talks. And I said, no, it's really lovely, but what would you do with it? And Kat said that she would put some nice wadding behind there and then maybe free motion embroider all around the edge. And then, or tell you what you could do, you could put extra padding behind the giraffe, so it's all nicely padded and the stitches will sink in there when you embroider anyway. But if you put extra padding behind the giraffe, that would really make it three-dimensional, wouldn't it? It's a nice little idea. Like trapunto, that kind of technique would be very nice. And I see, I'm looking for things now, and I'm seeing things that really aren't there. Because I thought, oh, there's an elephant asleep down here, look. But it's not. It is a rock. Yeah, but spot the wildlife. Oh, he's got a bit of chafing on his leg, look. But really pretty. If you're a giraffe fan, or you just love the picture, isn't it gorgeous? Apparently giraffes are the new owls. Yeah. So £7.99. That would make just a really lovely quilt. If you picked out colours like maybe the yellows and made a border. This is kind of cock quilt kind of size, isn't it? But I think a wall hanging, I think this would just look lovely on a wall. But you do need a border around it. Even one of the very, very dark browns would look nice with the... Oh, stay looking at that for just a minute. I'm just nipping off. Not that you'd know because you're looking at that for a minute. Because I'm thinking, early bird, that would be perfect to make a border, wouldn't it? But then the yellow would as well. So a bit of sunshine colour with it. See that, it's move that so you can see the yellow, because it picks up on that, you see. I like both of those. Would they? No. No, one of those two. But if you went for the early bird, you're getting one of these for free. You could use your free one as a border, couldn't you? Might have to be quite a... No, you could get quite a decent one because these are ½ meters. So you could get quite a nice border going on around there. Anyway, £14.96. You have ½ metre yellow, ½ metre brown, ½ metre natural, ½ metre of red spot and ½ metre of forest green spot as well. Do you think the green goes? I suppose there's a bit of green over here. So it kind of picks up, yeah. I don't think anybody would criticise you if you did that, would you? But I do think you need something extra. If you don't have any in your stash, then the early bird's a good one to go for with this one. Very, very well planned show, this, because everything goes together so well. Right, okay, so that is your giraffe panel. £7.99. Oh, go for a couple of them. So much you could do, and I'm thinking Christmas. I'm making no apologies for thinking Christmas. I think it's the right time of the year now to start thinking about Christmas presents and getting them out of the way and spreading the cost somewhat. So, you know, we quite often say on shopping, oh, we said the Christmas word. I'm saying it. I'm saying Christmas, 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 because I think it's just lovely. And it's £7.99. That's stocking filler price, isn't it? Right. So you've seen the other panel as well. Stained glass window on its own as well. That was in a bundle last time I brought it to you. But we've got some more to show you. We have, I'm going to say Christmas again. You know, we've been doing the flower of the month. We chucked in an extra couple when we did Christmas at Sewing Street a few weeks ago. So we have the flower of the month Christmas wreath. And you've got fabric strips to go with it as well. And loads you can do with this. Whoops. So I've made cushion covers. I've made bags using the fabric strips without even cutting into them, just as fabric for linings and backgrounds. A table runner would look lovely with this, and table runner, I joined them together and made table runners with the different flowers of the month. This could be a little mini wall hanging. Placemats, you need a few of those, but they're only £9.99. You're going to use them year after year, aren't you? You could make a nice storage box or a gift box, so that'll be on the front, and then you'll need 5 more pieces. You may need some extra fabric. Maybe. And and then make a box with a drawstring at the top, so you've got reusable packaging, which is very much of the moment, isn't it? What are you doing with yours? So many of you bought these flowers of the months already. I'd love to know what you're doing with yours. A lot of you have been sending pictures in, but that would be really nice. So the panel itself is 12 inches by 12 inches, and then you have the 2.5-inch strips, and that is twice the size that I've got it here. And the detail on them, again, they're not just plain colours, even that lime green's got like a linen print to it, but those match on the leaves of the wreath. So they look like they're made out of fabric as well, so it all works really well. And if you're making these as a gift, then you can pop on their Christmas wreath and even quilted by if you're quilting it. What I did with the panels when I've done these before is to just put some wadding on the back. You can use the strips as borders to make it bigger if you wish, and then just sewn around here. And it looks like you pieced it all together and quilted it, but it's a bit of a cheats way, but hey, who knows? So that is your Christmas special, the wreath. But we've got mistletoe as well, which is this one. I like these greys. I think they're very elegant kind of colours. Oh no, that way. So there's your mistletoe, and just like with the wreath and all of the other ones, the petals and everything, the leaves, sorry, are printed so that they look like fabric. And although this is all grey, because you've got the green there, they do go well together with the wreath because it's the same colour greens that are in the greens. And again, exclusive to us. So that could be, or you can make a panel for the door, couldn't you? So when people come around to your place at Christmas time, they're greeted by a kiss. Oh. And I just love these colours then. You're only allowed to kiss people in your bubble these days, aren't we? You're allowed to kiss only with masks on. Oh, that's a whole other show. So again, this is the mistletoe panel. Really pretty colours, very, very soft, and not overtly, you know, reds and greens and Christmassy. I think that's something just a little bit different for you. So, do you have a colour for Christmas? I do like a traditional. So I like my reds and honestly, I like the traditional because I bought loads of Christmas decorations 20 odd years ago, and I'm not going to throw them away and replace them because they're expensive. So we've got the same Christmas decorations every year, add to them occasionally, but yeah, and it becomes more of a, almost like a tradition, doesn't it? So, Julie, morning. She's morning, Debbie, making finger puppets on the embroidery machine while I watch today. Oh, I've got my coffee going cold here, haven't I? I've been asked to make some scarves out of cotton fabric, but could you tell me how I know the difference between weights of cotton when ordering online? I need something with a nice drape. I tell you what, scarves made out of viscose would be very nice. Come back at 10 o'clock. I'm not rushing off again. Viscose is natural, so it feels really, really soft, but it has a lovely drape, nicer than cotton. If you're going to go for cotton for a scarf, go for a poplin. I wouldn't go for quilting cotton. This is all quilting cotton. It can be quite stiff. This feels more like a poplin. So it's still 100% cotton. It's just that the weave is finer. So that will give you a nice drape for a scarf as well. So look for poplins. Cotton lawn, I'm not a fan of. I think it's a little bit too fine. I don't know what I'd use it for. Poplin as well is generally wider than quilting cotton, so you get more bang for your bucks, as they say across the pond. Morning, Sue. She's loving the panels. Going to make a start on the home. Oh, I've read that, haven't I? Going back on myself. Oh, going cold. Right. These are the rest of our panels. Are you ready? Should we start with May? Because that was the first one, wasn't it? So May was Lily of the Valley. Oh, which is that one? And I have to say, it's still one of my favourites. Flowers have meanings, don't they, for a lot of people. Lily of the Valley to me is my grandma. Because she had, actually they were really tacky and very dusty, plastic lily of the valley in a vase. But I don't know, lily of the valley just reminds me of that, but they're really beautiful. Maybe you had these in your wedding bouquet. And they are the birth month flowers of the birth. There's the flower that you're born in. I'm really not explaining this very well. Your birth flower. So that if you're born in May, your flower is going to be lily of the valley. So that could be appropriate for you. And again, you've got all of those 2.5-inch strips to go with it. I love the colours. I just think they're really soft and delicate and elegant flowers and elegant colours. Now you could, the idea is that every single month we're going to bring you a flower of the month. They're all the same size, they're all 12 inches square, and then you've got these 43-inch by 2.5-inch strips to go with them. So if you're saving them all up to make one big quilt, you're going to have an amazingly big quilt as well. But if I were you, if you can stretch to it, if you go for two of at least some of the flower of the month, then you've got your quilt or your bed runner or whatever you're going to make from them, and then you can do matching cushion covers to go with them maybe, so you can decorate a whole room. So is May significant for you? Did you get married in that month? My first granddaughter was born in May. I think that's about it for me. Don't think there's anything else significant. Oh, a whole calendar quilt. That is Elliot, our director's idea. Yeah, or we're going to get him sewing before long. He's very good at coffee, I have to say. That's normally my job, and I've had 2 this morning already and I didn't make either of them. So that's May, which will be followed by June. Funny that. And they're all in order and everything. Thanks, Kat. So the flower of the month for June was rose. What I thought would be nice as well, if you're going to make a quilt out of all of them, because they do have different colours for the panel, so we've got grey and we've got lilac and we've got other colours, would be to make like a scrappy binding. So you can piece these all together, put whatever colour you like in between them if you're going to make some sashing, and then cut these strips and mix them with all of the other colours so that ties the whole thing together. I think would be a really nice idea. So roses are the flower of the month for June. I don't think I've got anything going on in June actually. Joe Director's birthday is in June, apparently. Oh, Elliot's nan, his birthday was in June. I suppose things, people are born in June, aren't they? I just don't know. When a name's June. Maybe your name's June. Born in June or not. So that's July. Loads happening in July. So my birthday's July, Kat's birthday's July, I think Hannah's birthday's July, she's a producer. Loads going on in July. What I like with these is the way that the delphinium cut through the borders. So when I've quilted these before now, I'll quilt up to the flower so it actually looks like it's been pieced on top. Still the same as with the others, you've got the leaves and everything that look as though they're fabric. But I love these colours as well. Again, very elegant, sophisticated, a very sophisticated colour palette for this one, I think. So that's your July flower of the month, delphinium, followed by August, of course. So flower of the month for August is poppy. Very slightly just breaks through there. The poppy fields just look amazing. We're very lucky to be surrounded with them at that time of year at home, and it's just that red glow is just amazing. But I love the way that they escape. So half a mile down the road from the poppy field, you see them growing up in the tarmac in the middle of the road, and they just pop up everywhere. Apparently there's hundreds of different strands of poppies as well. I did buy some very fancy ones from a garden centre this year, and they were dead by the time I planted them. They didn't like it at all, hoping that they're going to come back next year. But they've got really fluffy heads, like lots and lots of petals. But these are my favourite ones, just the wild ones that grow randomly. With no help from us whatsoever, they just get on with it and grow and look gorgeous. So again, there's a poppy panel, and you've got the 2.5 by 43-inch strips at the side there as well. Shall we have a catch up with you? Anybody else there this morning? Sorry, I have to go backwards and forwards. I'll be glad when we're live again on Facebook, because then I can just see the comments coming in as we go. Elliot's working on it. Morning, Bernadette. She says, morning, Debbie and crew. Have a great day. Posh Lady K says, morning, Debbie. Will there be a flower of the month for December? No, yes, there will be Flower of the Month for December. The ones in the show, aren't they? They were just a bonus for Christmas time. Jennifer's a perfect Sunday cup of tea. My coffee's gone cold now. If I'm really lucky, Elliot might rush out and make me another one. I've got a cup of tea and watching you on the telly made the storage box from my book from a friend who loved puffins. I love that puffin fabric. Oh, Peter says good morning. He's on the Isle of, where is he? The Isle of Sheppey. I've not heard of that one. Is that off Scotland, I'm assuming? Morning, Anne. Angelina says good morning as well. Morning, Angelina. Have we got anybody new this morning? Come and send us a message. What do you think? We are the only sewing shopping channel in the UK, and I think in the world. I think I can go as far as to say we're the only shopping channel that just concentrates on sewing. What I like to do is just merge all the words together, and then it just gets it out of the way quicker. I know it doesn't make sense, but I know what I mean. Yeah, we're the only one. So we like to bring you exclusive products. We like to bring you innovative products. We bring you quality products. We only deal with big names in things like sewing machines and overlockers and the like. So we like to bring you things that are going to last you a long time. We like to inspire you, we like to educate you, and we like to bring lots of expert guests on as well, which we're going to do in the next hour to give you as longer demonstrations as we possibly can. So these are exclusive to Sewing Street. I just think it's a lovely idea, and it's nice to have a collection of something as well, I think. So anyway, this is September. So this is Aster. And this is Elliot's birthday flower. I'm thinking you could even put some little beads in the centre of here, like little seed beads. That would be really nice. If you want anything like that, by the way, Sewing Street is actually part of Jewellery Maker. They're our sister channel. We're sharing a website at the moment. We were sharing a studio, but we got kicked out. We were too many after-show parties is what it was. Yeah, they were just sick of the paparazzi waiting for us outside the studio, and we were a bit disruptive. We were throwing TVs out of the windows and into the swimming pool and all kind of stuff. So anyway, so that's why we're here now. But where I was getting around to, because we're sharing a website, you can order. You know what I was saying earlier on about not paying any more postage once you've paid it once? If you go onto the Jewellery Maker website, same rules apply. So if you wanted to order some seed beads or anything else, if you've already ordered something and paid your postage, you don't pay an extra on there. I wonder if they know. Oh, Isle of Sheppey is the opposite end of the Isles to what I expect it to be. It's just off Kent. Now these panels have been put together in a bundle, in abundance. So I'll open one. I shall only open one because they are huge. And we have to fold all these up afterwards, so the less opening, the better. So that's what you're going to get. So these are the fabric strips. If you buy the bundle, because I think these are available on their own, you're saving £10. So these are the Ditsy Bitsy. They're $19.99 on their own, or $49.99 if you wanted to go for 3 of them. So that's, you see what I mean about the folding? Remember folding the sheets with my mum when I was little? And she'd hold one and we'd hold it, and then you do the thing with your nose and fold it up. Oh, that took me back in time to 1860. Morning, Karen. Karen's a newbie, welcome along. Watching on YouTube this morning. We'll get you hooked, Karen. We don't normally have a chat on YouTube, so it's quite nice to hear from you there. If you haven't visited our YouTube channel yet, have a look, because we save all of the shows on there. So we actually started on February the 14th this year, and every show, there might be a couple missing, most shows are uploaded onto YouTube at the end of the day, so you can sit and watch them at your leisure. And they're all kind of in date order as well. So if you put Sewing Street into the YouTube search engine, it'll come up with, well, actually it'll come up with us right now because we're live on YouTube too. But then you can go back and look through other shows as well if you wish. So if you go and buy a sewing machine from us, at some point that machine will have been demonstrated, so you can go back and take a look at the demonstration. So this is all part of the panel, remember, of the bundle, sorry. This is Misty Blues. We are now limited stock with the bundle. It's £49.99, saving £10. So I'll just show you really quickly what's on the other side of this one while we have the stock. So really gorgeous blues on this one. And small prints. I like small prints if I'm chopping fabric up and sewing it back together again, because you don't lose the print. And these are lovely. Do you know, I was going to do a bit of free motion embroidery. I've got my darning foot out and everything, but it's not going to happen in this hour now, because we've got so much to get through. All right, so, oh, no, I like this one. This one's, it's Christmas, but it's not, they should have called it winter, I think, not Christmas, because there's no Santa Claus or anything. And the designs are very subtle. So these are gingerbread men and gingerbread houses. And then we've got cookies, look, jammy dodgers. I don't know what the heart-shaped ones were called. And then here is holly. Is it shortbread? Oh, I don't like shortbread. I don't like biscuits, to be honest. And then we've got snowflakes, but they're quite stylised. These are snowflakes as well. And then this one's quite Scandi. Then we've got more biscuits down here. And then all of, I know that's upside down, but all of the same print, but in different colours. So again, it's not, you know, here's Santa, here's the sleigh and reindeer and lots of presents and Christmas. It's more just winter season, I think, this one. But very subtle. If you use this in the middle of summer, no one's going to say, oh, that's a winter fabric. You're not going to get the winter fabric police coming out saying you can't use that in summer. Imagine. So all three panels, £49.99. However, we are limited stock. If you want just the Christmas one, it's £19.99. You can go for that on its own if you wanted to. Oh, any of them, actually. But you will pay that little bit more. So it's worth going for the bundle if you love them. Oh, now then. Oh, now then. This is our early bird. I'm just having a bit of a play. Half the stock of this early bird is sold out. See, there's no brown in there, but it goes, doesn't it? It's the tone again. Oh, but we do have yellow. No, that's too bright. No. But we do have, see, I think that's too bright. I think it detracts from that one. And the red, I think the red's too bright. I wouldn't do that. But I'd do that and I'd do that. I think that looks really nice. So if you wanted to add a little bit extra. I was saying yesterday, actually, I don't very often buy one fabric on its own. Because I think it's a little bit like when you go shopping for clothes and you see a really nice blouse, but you've got nothing to go with it. So you'll get it home and it'll sit in your wardrobe and it'll sit in your wardrobe and you'll keep getting it out and you've still got nothing to go with it, so you don't actually wear it. And I think it's the same with fabrics. If I've got one, oh, that's a really lovely spot, but I'd want some plain white to go with that, because I'm making a bag, I might want a border or a flap or a lining and something different. If I'm making a little girl's dress, I might want to put some bias binding around the hemline. So I always look for coordinating, so I know I've got something to match it. If you're quilting, of course you're going to need coordinating planes to go with patterns, to make the patterns pop, to make your pattern fabric go further, and to frame your patterns as well, to frame all of your patchwork or your handwork or whatever you're doing. So I love to mix and match together, and it's quite nice. It's like being in a shop here. Well, we are in a shop where you can just pick things up and put them together, and so hopefully that works for you. Gives you some ideas as to what you can use them with. Morning, Karen. Karen wants to know how to cut the panels up. Couple of ways you can do it. Personally, I would use my rotary cutter ruler and mat, and I'd put my ruler on there and just slice them. If you're using scissors, be careful, because they do join up against each other, so no room for error with wobbly lines, unless it's within your seam allowance, of course. You don't have to cut them up. You could just use them as complete panels like this, and then maybe just sew along here to make it look as though you've pieced them all together. Actually, if you cut those on the diagonal, that would make quite a nice effect, wouldn't it? So you could make what looks like a scrappy cushion cover, like a stitch and flip kind of affair. And again, I'd just top stitch down there so it looks like you've pieced them together and then stitched in the ditch, so to speak. So, hope that's helped. Any more questions, come and ask them. You can message the studio via email, studio@sewingstreet.com. Kat's waiting for your emails with bated breath. Oh, we've had some lovely emails already. Oh, lovely. Oh, just come and say hello. It'd be nice to hear from you. You can Facebook us. Now, that's where I am at the moment. So, you know, I'm not checking my bank account this morning. I am looking at your messages coming through on Sewing Street TV. Not the fans page. I'm not on the fans page. I'm on the TV page, the Sewing Street TV page. Or you can drop us a message on YouTube if you're watching there as well. Morning, Bernadette. Bernadette and her twin were born in July. And her sister's dog's called Poppy. And she loves Lily in the Valley. Thank you, Bernadette. She's loving today's show. So thank you. That's it, up to date there. Lovely. Okay, we still haven't finished. We've got 10 minutes to, we've got colouring in to do and everything. And coffee's going really, really cold now. There. The stained glass window panel we do have available for you. Maybe this could be for your church or your church hall or for your home at Christmas time. I was going to do a little bit of free motion embroidery, but I'm not now. Just run out of time. I was thinking actually, so I've got some wadding and I was just going to put some polyester wadding behind here, fuse it on there with 505. I'm all prepared and everything for this, but not going to happen. And then what I thought, instead of just sewing around the outlines of the lead, if I did, I would sew in black and I'd do 2 rows of stitches. So instead of having one stitch right down the centre, I'd outline those and make it a bit more intricate. But I was going to free motion embroider in different styles in each one of these panels. So one of them would be maybe a stripe, and then I could do a crosshatch, and then I could do a little bit of meandering, and then a larger meander, then maybe just a little bit of a squiggle, which you probably wouldn't notice from too far away, but when you look up close, it just gives lots of different texture, but all in the same colour. So in the orange as in the red, so is what my plan would be. Oh, metallic thread. Have a little bit of a glint like the sun shining through it. That'd be nice. It has actually got rays coming out of it when you look, hasn't it? You could really accentuate all of those. And all mottled in the back. It's a really pretty panel. And again, if all you want to do is to stretch that over a canvas, you don't even have to sew it. You've got a really striking, large picture for only £12.99. Now that last time I brought you that anyway, it was in a bundle. So you had to have the fabric to go with it, but on its own now, £12.99. We do what we want on a Sunday. Right, we have more fabric strips for you. So these are the pastel fabric strips. There you go. Measuring in at 55 inches, by each one of those being 2.5 inches. 55 inches is the whole length of them, but they do change colour halfway through. So that'll be what, 22.5 inches long for each one of those. Candy colours, aren't they? It reminds me of sugared almonds. Oh, ice creams, nougat, milkshake. Right, that is the pastels. This one's the brights. Oh no, if you're still into your rainbows, couldn't you make a lovely rainbow panel for your window in these? But again, I love the detail on this. That gave you a bit of a wake-up call, didn't you, when you saw those this morning? Turn it down, the colour's too loud. The detail on these, again, is incredible. They're not just plain strips of colour. There's wiggles and squiggles and spots and geometric designs and dashes and lines. So lots and lots of detail for you there, but small details. So if you are going to use this with something brightly coloured, then it's not going to detract. You know, I'd do that. I would do that, because although those colours aren't in there, when you're looking at just a rainbow of bright colours, then wouldn't they go really well? Yeah. So £12.99 for all of those. There you go. It's still got more. Got a lot this morning. So not going to get much colouring doing. These are fun. This is the Ocean Colour Me In panel. If you want to entertain the kids in the next half term, give them this, give them a packet of pens and colour away. And then when they're finished colouring, you can do all manner of things with them. You could maybe make book covers out of them, or cushions for their bedroom, aprons maybe, colour your own apron. Do you know, this is the kind of thing that I wish we'd have had. Sometimes when you go to restaurants and you've got small children, they let them colour in the placemats. But take your own, then you can take it away with you and actually do something with it afterwards as well. So, oh, people are making them into teddy bears apparently. That's a nice idea. Colour your own bear. And you've got space around, I mean, you could cut those out if you've gone outside the lines and use them as a plique, but they've got space in between here that they can write their names and draw their own pictures and things. And it's all kind of, well, under the ocean. So we've got starfish and anchors and octopuses. Is it octopuses or octopi? Spotted jellyfish, seals and crabs. There's a lot going on there. And again, it is exclusive to us. So you won't find these anywhere else. Designed and printed in the UK, of course. And you know, they're not, the designs aren't too big. So I don't like colouring in big, big things. So I like the quick, more dainty kind of things. We've got pens for you as well. So we've got 2 bundles. So we have the Classic and the Pastel of Mixed and Well, there you go. Classic and Pastel. So no need to iron or anything with these. You just draw straight on there. When it dries, and that's that. And not just for these panels, you can colour your shoes in. You could colour in your surfboard. I like to colour in my surfboard. My surfboard's really plain, so I do like to doodle a little bit on it. The back of your phone case, make sure that you know you're allowed. And they do become permanent. But they're water-based, so while they're still wet, you should still be able to wash those out, okay. So all of those, so you've got your red, yellow, green, blue, white, black, and the pastels, all for £34.98. That's a saving of £5. And then we have metallic and creative, which are these 2. So creatives they're the really bright ones, aren't they? The fluorescents. And then metallics, a little bit more subtle shade. So if you get hold of your panel, you will need some pens to colour in with. So pop them on your order. No extra cost on your postage if you do remember. So anybody else? Oh, hi Sheena. Sheena's got a hairy alarm clock. Yep. She did her job a bit early this morning and got up at 6:15. That, Sheena, is a lie-in. Been trying to thread and embroidery needle since then. The panels are such a good idea and lovely quality, great for the sash. P.S. managed to change the blade in the overlocker. Oh, well done. It's not that difficult, is it, once you get going with it? I don't have my hairy alarm clock. Doesn't actually wake me up in the morning. But she tells me when it's time to stop working. She gets all worried. She's doing it last night because I was working quite late last night. I didn't finish till about 7 or 8 o'clock. And she hovers and she worries. This isn't a child, it's my dog. And she won't sit down. And if I go from the sewing machine over to here, she goes from there to here and she looks at me and she worries. until I go and sit down in the living room. So then I can take some hand sewing because I don't stop and go and sit in there. Then she's happy. But it's funny, isn't it? Gets to about 7 o'clock and it's, oh, we shouldn't be in here now. Should be in the living room now. It's like a reverse alarm clock. Right. The early bird, been really busy. Check out your baskets. Seriously, if you are ordering this or you want to, if you have this sitting in your basket and we get close to selling out, you may find your baskets emptying. Can't do anything about that, that's the way the system works. But I don't want you to be disappointed. So you've got 5.5 meters of fabric. One of those is absolutely free. And they are lovely autumnal colours that I think you're going to find very useful no matter what kind of sewing that you're doing. So yeah, check out your baskets for those as quickly as you can. Do you know, we've waffled on so much. We're at the top of the hour, aren't we? £34.98 is your price for those. If you wanted to order your early bird, then do it nice and early. That's the whole idea. Now, coming up in the next hour, we're going to do a little bit of bag making. So Angela's going to be with us in just a second. So I think we need to have a quicker tidy up and throw away my cold coffee and regroup and get Angela in and maybe have another coffee that's warm, because Angela's going to be doing some talking, so I might get time to. Okay. All right, so I'm just talking to myself there. I do apologise. Again, have a think about what you're going to say if you want to come through to us on Facebook or by email, and we'll have a chat in the next hour. We'll see you again in a couple of minutes. Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright. I'm from Leicestershire Craft Centre, which is based in Market Harborough. I love all kinds of sewing, but probably my favourite thing to do is dressmaking. But I also teach patchwork and free motion embroidery and anything to do with textiles, really. I love to have a go at felting and crochet and knitting and, oh, you name it, I'll have a go at it. So I started sewing when I was 7. My mum taught me to sew, and the very first thing I made was an apron. But I'm a terribly impatient person. I just want to get on with the project. So I didn't wait for her to help me cut it out, and I cut it out myself, and I didn't know you had to have a seam allowance. So I made the world's smallest apron, and my mum still has it somewhere. Sewing tips, I would say, I teach a lot of people to sew, especially beginners, and I would say don't get disheartened. Take your learning journey slowly. Don't expect to suddenly make a ball gown or suddenly make a king-size quilt. Build up your skills, you know, slowly. And I would also say that iron is your friend. Use your iron a lot. It makes your sewing look so much better. It helps you get things in place where you want it before you sew, and is a really handy thing to have.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw, and as a professional sewer, I really know how important it is to use a high quality thread. Well, you think about it. You spend a lot of money on your sewing machine, you'll spend a lot of money on fabric, and you'll spend a lot of time sewing. So why let your thread let you down? I know a lot of our designers and customers prefer to use Aurifil thread. Now, this is a family business. It was established in 1983 and they're based just outside Milan in Italy. They produce superior quality threads for domestic and professional sewers alike, and they've achieved worldwide success with quilters, sewers, embroiderers and textile artists who all appreciate the versatility and the strength of these threads. It's all made from Egyptian cotton, which is grown just at the side of the River Nile, and Aurifil only use the long staple threads, which gives their thread that strength. Each one of these threads goes through 15 steps before it even gets onto a spool and then comes to you to use in your sewing projects. Now at Sewing Street, we've collaborated with Aurifil and we've brought you two collections of threads. So we have the Quilters collection, and these are exclusive to Sewing Street. We've done a lot of research with quilters, and these are the colours that you prefer to use. So we put a whole collection together for you. The second collection is the Essential collection. So this is for the homemakers, for the bag makers, for the craft sewers, for the dressmakers. And again, these have been proven to be the most popular colours that you're going to use. So if you want your projects to last longer and your seams to be stronger, invest in some quality thread. My nose is a bit tickly. Welcome back again. Now, I'm not on my own. I'm on my own. I'm not talking properly or anything this morning. I'm not on my own today. Andrew's with me. I'll introduce you in just a second. And we're going to be looking at bag making. This is a bag that's a bit of a surprise, actually, because I put my hands up when I first saw it. I thought, oh, that's a bit little. It's got so much going on inside here. We've got zip pockets, we have pockets for your cards, we've got pockets for your pens, we've got pockets for your phone. So it's actually a really useful little bag. Look at everything that's going on in here. So Andrew's going to explain to us how to make it, and of course everything that you need to go with it. But we've put some bundles together so that you can create exactly this, or we've got some colour variations. Must talk slower, I know. Some colour options for you as well. So do you want to have a look at the one that the bag was made out of first of all, which is this. So we have put together, oh, I love this canvas fabric. I just think it's so pretty, it's so unusual. I'm looking at this thinking, how many bags can I make out of this? There's loads. So this is 140 wide. And it's just gorgeous. Love the colours in it, love the tropical design. So it's 2 meters. 2 meters to make that bag. Oh, everyone's going to be getting those for Christmas as well, aren't you? So we've got 1 metre of this one, and then 1 metre of the lining fabric as well, which is cotton, but it's a nice heavy weight. So that's the blush that goes with it. Don't they go well together? That is so pretty. Oh, I think it's really elegant. So you get that. You're going to get some tape, and you've got your interfacing there as well. So you've got, that's double-sided basting tape, and you've got interfacing too, all for £27.99. Look at the, I can't believe this. Look at the amount of fabric you're getting. And you're making that. So that's everybody's Christmas presents sorted out this year, isn't it? Angela is going to demonstrate in the red and navy today, which is these. So again, you've got your double-sided tape, you have your interfacing, you have 1 metre of the red. You could decorate the house with what's left from this, and 1 metre of the navy, which has got little stars on it as well. All of that for £24.99. And again, this is canvas and your linings in a cotton, but it's just a nice cotton. They're really nice weights. I love working with canvas. It's nice to work with, it's nice to touch, and it gives you a very expensive feeling, let alone looking bag when you're finished. So again, £24.99 is your price there. And then we've got grey dots. Now this is a Lewis and Irene. So no canvas in this one, they're both cottons, but substantial cottons. So little blush pink dots there, look, pale grey in the background. We've teamed this with the blue. They're nice substantial fabrics for bag making, but you may need your interfacing. So again, your interfacing and your double-sided basting tape included there as well for £27.99. Now this has actually come from a book, which is this one, which is the Bag Making Masterclass. And it's decaf. I don't know what's going on. So same bags for all occasions with this one. So just have a quick flick through, because I think it's about time we demoed. I've been waffling on so much this morning. I haven't even sewn a stitch yet. So we'll have a quick flick through. Full-size patterns in the back. List of tools and materials as you would expect, and then let's look at the projects. Oh, lots of inspiration for you there, and information and techniques. Pipe. I like a bit of piping. It I think it really gives a shop bought professional finish. Right, and these are your bags. So this is the one that I'm just going to show us how she made. So you can fit so much in it for a little bag. We've got crossover bags. That's a backpack, so that's an adjustable bag. Sling bags, city totes. I think the main thing with bags like this or books like this, it gives you all of the techniques that you can mash together and create your own bag if you wanted to. So, you know, if you wanted to add piping to one of those bags, if you wanted to add extra pockets to the bags, you've already learnt the techniques so that you can do that. So you could become your own bag designer, so to speak. So, we do have also, I've not seen this on the channel before, so that's quite nice. We've got your Decaville. So this has, it's like leather, but it's an interfacing, and it's single-sided fusible. So the shiny side's got the glue on it, that's the side you iron to your fabric, and it'll give your bag a nice firm finish, as you have with this one. So it's not thick and padded like you find with foams and fleeces. It's very slim, as you can see, but it does give a firmness to the bag, and it gives you that really shop-bought look. It's only £6.99, and you're getting half a metre of that. So there's a lot there again. You'll be able to make more than one bag with those. Right. The interfacing and double-sided basting tape, if you wanted those on their own, by the way, if you don't want to make the bags but you think actually I'd really like those, have a look at the website on sewingstreet.com and you'll find everything that you need there. Okay, welcome back again, Angela.
Yes, morning.
Is your mic working today?
Hopefully, yes. Yes. We had to share, didn't we, last time?
Oh, we did. We had a bit of a disaster.
I think we did quite well.
I think we did. There's a lot of shouting going on and sign writing.
Yes.
But we got there.
Yes, yes.
So where do you want to start with the bag today?
Well, I thought I'd just mention sort of the book again. There are 8 projects in here,
right.
And I have done some Mrs H bags anyway, her projects. And the book's very good. It's got very good techniques. As you said, at the front, it's got all the different pockets you can imagine. So you could take any bag and put that special zip pocket, the letterbox, or the elasticated pocket. So it's sort of a bit mix and match. So within the projects, I mean, you could have made the clutch with a different pocket, but in the instructions, we've got the, could I have the bag then I can show?
There you go. I like that with the bag though. The number of I make a few bags, and the number of times I'll make a bag and I'll get a comment saying, how do I put a zip in it? Or how do I put a flap in it? How do I put an extra pocket in it? You've got all the information there to do it yourself.
Yes, at the front, yes. I don't know whether you can see that, but in this bag, we've got these wallets, you know, for your cards there. That's for your lip balm, and then that's another pocket there. And then we've got the letterbox pocket there. But you don't have to put all that in, because that's quite packed in there. But it's quite good because it's a small bag and everything doesn't get, you know, chucked about in it. But so it's a lovely little bag, and also this round, I've done this before with the handles, so that's the key to that is that Decaville, because that keeps it nice and sort of stiff for it.
Yes,
so
even if that was a foam, if you put anything heavy in there, it'd stretch it, wouldn't it?
Exactly, yes, yeah. And it's nice to hold as well, it feels nice. And then also with the saying about we've got quite a lot of fabric, it might be because it's directional. Because it doesn't have I had to put a seam in here, and it doesn't need a seam. It's one whole piece.
Oh, okay.
But I had to, because otherwise you'd have birdies. They'd be upside down.
They would.
So maybe it's that. But and then because it's got bigger print, you might want the birds in the middle. So you might need to move it around. That's probably why you've got the fabric, because you don't want to just plonk it and have half a bird
I just think somebody
hanging
can't
down.
add up.
Yeah. Well, that's an advantage for us all, isn't it? Right.
I just need to let you know before we carry on that half of the stock of this bundle has sold out. So probably by the time Angela comes to the end of the demonstration, it's going to be gone. So I thought I'll warn you now. So if you want to buy now.
Looks quite good on this purple too.
It really matches you, yeah?
Yes, yeah.
I love
so it's
that
unusual
fabric.
because the clutch bag. It's called a celebration clutch. The clutch bag, but it's sort of clutchy, isn't it? Small for going out. And you can jazz it up. You could make it in a. Well, I'm going to do it in red. I mean, that's a bit.
Yes.
Right. So you get the pattern pieces at the back, and you just get 2 pieces, pattern pieces in the back there for this bag, and the rest of it is. Dimensions.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I just did it on some graph paper. They're all sort of rectangles. So, but you need to prep them. I'd rather do paper patterns than just prep it on the fabric, because I think, well, also for all the wallets and zip pockets as well. You might like to do that again. So you've got the front here. I'm going to do it in this beautiful red. So if I hold it up like that, look. Ooh. Like that, yeah. Got the front, got the beautiful lining with the stars. This is where the holes for the handles are going to be. And then you've got the zip pocket there. I'll go through all of this, but I'm just putting all the different, because there's quite a few elements to it. And then you've got the wallet bit there, and then you've got the gusset bits that go in the side bit here. But as I said, this is all one long piece, but if it's directional, then you might want to cut it. So, and then once you've cut that all out, then you need to cut out your Decaville. So your Decaville goes on your main piece. So, and then you need to cut out your cutouts on that. And there's underneath, actually, there is interfacing as well.
Oh, right, okay.
So there's interfacing, Decaville, and then on the lining there is interfacing on most of the pieces, actually, on the zips, and just give it a bit more substance as well. And then, so you have to iron that all on. So the Decaville's fine. It's quite a flexible thing to use. You don't need to cut out the holes on the red. If you just cut it out on the Decaville, because this is actually where you're going to sew. So you make the Decaville and the interfacing just a bit slightly smaller. I think it's 1.5 centimetres. So when you're sewing it together, that is your, you just follow that round. You must butt it up against that. So the bag on the top has got a slight curve. I mean, you can just go like that if it's too, but that's quite a nice little design feature. You can see that. So if you just make sure that your Decaville has got that, because that's what you're going to sew, butt up against. Right. So to do the and also there's a pattern piece for the Decaville and interfacing, which is slightly smaller. So I always make a pattern piece, and then I did a little cardboard, template, because I was drawing out 4 of these. Well, actually 8, because I obviously did the bag. Yeah. So I just do that, and then I just draw it around. It's just easy when you do little templates.
We've had a question about Decaville. Is it the same as Bosal? No, it's very different to Bosal, isn't it? Have you used Bosal foam?
No, I don't think I have.
Bosal foam, because they do all kinds of different things, but Bosal's the brand name, is about 1/4 inch thick foam that you iron onto the back of your fabric, and it gives you a firmness, but it's still squashy. Right. But Decaville is firm, isn't it? And it's a lot thinner.
As you said, it's a bit leathery, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, so what I'm going to do is you put the facing for the handles, so you put right sides on the right side. I mean, I know that doesn't look like that, but that's what that is. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sew around that hole. Get my pedal.
We do have migrating pedals.
Yes.
It's halfway to McDonald's.
Yeah. Oh, can I come? Right, I'm going to put that pin in again. So again, I'm going to use the Decaville, which is, I'm hoping that's the sort of accurate cutting out of the hole. Oh yeah, and also before I start, they did put it on a smaller stitch, just slightly smaller,
Okay.
because we're going to turn it through, and I'm going to take that pin out. And it just needs a bit slightly. It doesn't really matter if you catch the Decaville. It's quite good natured.
It's nice to have that outline to sew up against, though, isn't
Yes,
it?
yes.
Particularly when you've got a shape like that.
Exactly. You know, if it was just interfacing, you might be, you know, go over it a bit, because it's Decaville. It's got slight, you know, it's only about 2 millimeters deep, isn't it?
Angie can't find it on the website. We're working on it, Angie. Keep looking, or I'll let you know when it's on there. It should be there before long. So there seems a lot of pieces to it. Is it difficult to figure out? I mean, would a beginner be able to do it?
It says it's for an advanced beginner, but I don't really know what that is, but advanced beginner.
No, that kind of
I've heard of
contradicts
it,
itself.
adventurous beginner.
Yeah.
But what it is, it's just accuracy. So if you're quite a perfectionist as a beginner, you know, to cut out all the pieces, then that's, but if you're a bit like, oh, I want to get to the end, a bit like me,
Yeah.
quite, you know, think, oh, I've got to be really accurate here. So, yeah, I don't think it is quite a beginner, you know.
Do you know, these would be so nice for bridesmaids, wouldn't they?
Yes, lovely.
Not too big, somewhere to keep your
Oh,
confetti.
sweet.
Or Christmas. I can't remember the last time I went to a Christmas party, but if you've got something planned, if we're allowed.
Yes. so you can see I've sewn round it there on the red with the white, and then I'm going to cut. So you can't really see that it's right sides. Just going to do that to get going. It's a bit drastic, but anyway. Then you're going to cut. Round we go. About 1/2 centimetre. It needs to be not too near, because we're going to put some, obviously to make it lifelike, we're going to clip into the curves.
Yeah.
So we don't want to make it too. So this is how you do. There was another bag that I did with Mrs H, and she had holes, and then the strap went through. So it was very, very similar. So with that, I'm just going to.
So again, it's a technique that you can use when
Yeah.
you start designing your own bags.
Yeah, you could just have one. You don't have to have double handles together, do you?
That's true. I like the red and blue fabrics as well. It's very classy.
Yeah. Yeah, and a bit of flashing, a bit of star.
Yeah.
Because it's nice to have a nice, interesting lining, isn't it?
Yeah.
In anything, you know.
I think so. Even linings that you don't particularly see. I mean,
You know it's there.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like when you take your jacket off and you hang it on the back of the chair and you see just
Yeah.
this flash of satin something or other. I love
Yeah, it's
that kind of
lovely.
thing.
Something bright. Yeah, I'm always saying that. I was teaching, what was I doing? Oh yes, I was doing like a little zipped pouch, very small. And I was saying, well, think about the lining, because it's zipped like that. When you see it, you know, you're going to have some bright green
Yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we've got the iron on. Is the iron on?
Oh, no, I don't think it is.
Oh, okay. Well, what you need to do is I would iron it, similar to how you do a letterbox. It just iron it through there, up there, like that, all the way around. And then you're going to post it through like this. So what I'll do is I'll put a clip on to make it
Do you want
behave.
to plug that in for you?
Yeah, where's the plug?
It's on your right-hand side. On the
I don't know if
floor.
I can see it.
Where follow the sewing machine.
Follow
lead.
the. Oh, it's underneath. I do know what a plug looks like.
It was hidden.
Yes. You know, I never get an iron out. What's an iron? I don't know what that iron is. Right, so look, I'm flinging it back there, and then I can get my iron in.
If you've
Just
never
put
done
these in
this
place.
technique before, it feels as though it won't work, doesn't it, for the first
Yeah.
time? And it's so satisfying when you press it. I'd maybe be tempted to use a glue stick and hold that down.
Yeah, could do. It's got to be under quite a lot of pressure though, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
Right, ironing board. Oh, here. Oh, sorry, I haven't really requested these things, have I?
No, the studio's so big. We
And it could be over there, couldn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
It's echoing. Right, I don't want it too hot to start with. But anyway, so you really do sort of, you manipulate the fabric and stretch that out because it is going to go. And the Decaville's quite good natured, you know, you don't have to worry about ironing, she says. But, you know, it does take quite a lot of heat anyway.
Yeah.
But you can see, it probably needs a bit of steam, but...
I don't know what it's made out of, actually. Because it's not like a polyester-based thing, else it wouldn't be able to take the heat. It's a strange fabric, isn't it?
Yeah.
It feels like leather. It's obviously not leather. I shall Google it at some point.
Yeah, some polyurethane or something
Yeah,
like that, or
something like that.
something poly. But anyway, that's the idea. So you get two of them, and you can do it on the right side as well, like that. And the aim is to just get it all tucked in like that. So you do that on all 4 of them,
Right.
and then you can imagine that they go up like that because you're going to put the lining on inside out and then turn it through.
Okay.
So that's that. So the next thing I want to show you, so that's just times 4, is the zipped. So in the lining, we have a letterbox zip, and it looks like that. So I've actually cut it through, but what you do is you have this little strip of fabric. And then you draw your little rectangle, I think it was 15 centimetres, and then you cut down the centre and then have these little Ys here. And then again, ironing it before you turn it through. So it's a kind of letterbox idea again. So if you just iron it there and then lift it up, iron it down there, and then post it through. So this is a bit unusual because normally you have the whole pocket connected. This is probably thinking, what's this funny little bit of facing? Well, it's a sort of method so you can hide the tapes of the zip. So I'll just put a pin in there.
Angie, if you want the Decaville, you need to phone the call centre. We do have it in stock, we just can't get it onto the website at the moment, so you need to give us a ring and just say, Decaville, please.
Right. So all the instructions are at the beginning of the book. So what you do, which is a bit odd, is this is the zip, and I mean looking at it like that, looks a bit odd, doesn't it? Because the zip is facing upways.
Yeah.
That's the wrong side, and that's the wrong side. So you sew it there with the top. That's the top. The larger piece is the top, and that's the bottom, like that. So it's facing like that. So when you face it down on this, which is all beautifully ironed down, like this, like that, and you've got to just make sure, this is when you use your tape. So if I get a little bit of tape, you know, your...
the double-sided basting tape.
It's quite useful to just get it in position. So I could just stick that just a little bit there. On the other side.
We've had a message from Pauline, Angela, who says, I love that version of the Thursday dress.
Ooh.
Do you have instructions of how to make it?
Well, not as yet. This was one of the hacks. You know, last time I had the black and green one.
Yeah.
And this one was the linen version. And again, I don't know if you can see, but it's actually got a yellow bottom. But basically, it was all fabric I had and was cobbled together because you can see the back.
That's lovely.
Has got sort of like, you know, I'm a bit thrifty, me, and I put it together. I haven't got the instructions as yet, but I will do like a tutorial because it's got an extended sleeve. It's got a little ruff there, you know, because the other sleeves stop there. And then I did piping in there, but you can't really see. I don't know why I bothered really. I should have made it bigger. But that was the idea, sort of just a bit of contrast down there. So no, Pauline, I'm afraid not, but it is all coming. Yeah.
What
Right.
Thursday? What does Thursday mean?
I don't know, it just came to me.
Did it?
Yeah. It's just a nice name, isn't it?
Yeah.
I have known a few Thursdays in my time. It's a nice,
I've
just a nice
not heard
name.
it.
And then you've got to, well, I'm going to put it that way. Makes sense, doesn't it? And the bigger bit is the top. And I'm going to centre it, because I'm going to look at the top there. Pull that out.
That's a very smart way of not seeing the edge of the zip tape.
Yes, it
isn't
is.
it?
So the other method is with it all in one.
Yeah.
So you've got your little facing round there, but if you open that, in there, it's all encompassed and you can't see that tape.
Yeah. Such a good
It's
idea.
a kind of step up to it. And that's what that book is good at, is sort of professional little tips to sort of add to it. So I thought it was a bit strange. I thought, oh, you made me do the zip the funny way. But yeah, I'm going to stick that there and then I'm going to sew round it. Right, I put Mr. Iron away. Get the right pedal. Oop.
Actually, this 680 sewing machine's been busy this morning. You're saying this is the one that you've got?
Yes, I like this one, yeah. Yeah, it's mine, yeah. You haven't even mentioned it. And they've been selling, haven't
I
they?
know.
Well, we're
I know.
mentioning it now.
Yes.
We won't sell now, will it? Because I'm on it. But yeah, I'm just going to make the stitch back to default.
I think it's always interesting to learn what kind of machines and tools professional sewers use and to be able to buy the same kind of things. That's the biggest
Yeah.
recommendation.
I mean, it's like the ones that were on the sewing bee. They went flying, didn't they?
Yeah.
Because everybody were looking at them. Still, my students come in and say they've bought, you know, that one.
Really?
Yes, because it's just you want to see what other people are using, don't you?
Yeah. Well, there's so many out there at the moment, aren't there? It can be a bit of a minefield.
Well, this is a lovely machine. I like it very much. Right, I'm going to move Mr. Zip out the way if I can. There's enough room. Didn't it get through? Yes. If not, you can lift up your needle. As long as you don't go off, you know, make a coffee and come back and it's not in the same place. But, you know, I'm doing it in white, everybody, so it's going to look a bit odd. I don't think I would normally do it in white. Or cream, I think this is.
Makes the stitches stand out there.
Yeah, you mean my mistakes stand out?
Yeah, you've got to be perfect.
Yep. But that tape is all very useful for zips anyway, you know,
Yeah.
because you flip it, you stick it one side, flip it the other, and it just it's just what you need. Right. Get that through. Push it.
Go on, take no nonsense, Angela.
Oof, I might lift up my little needle. I don't mind lifting it up. He's going to stay where he is.
Do you talk to your work?
Oh yeah.
I give my sewing words of encouragement when it's not doing what I want it to. It never gets praise.
Oh. That's how you keep it in check, isn't it?
That's right.
It's always trying to achieve
terrified of
more. It will always trying to achieve more. They've all got names. This one, the 680 is quite new, so it hasn't got a name yet. Maybe when it misbehaves, I give it a name. But the ones in my studio all have, and the children will fight. Go, oh, I want Tallulah this week. And Bruno's misbehaving and things like that. So, but they're all the same machines. So I need to know when the bulb's gone or something like that. I need to know which one. You know. Right. So that's my zippity doodah. Like that. You might like to put a little pull on that actually,
That'd be nice,
because it's
wouldn't
in
it?
it's in quite a small bag, so you might need to
tell you
get
what-
hold of it.
What I say for those, when you get the loops inside the...
yes.
Because
Do
it's
you
always,
collect them as well?
yes, because it's
Very
really,
useful
really
for
narrow,
anything.
and they fit perfectly in the ends of zips.
Yes, because there's a little hole.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a top tip, that is. Because once you don't often, sometimes with some garments you still do need it, but for the majority they stick them in and you might not need them. So that comes down there like that. and then you sew all the way around. And obviously you lift that up. I'm not going to sew through to the, look, I'll show you, look there, look. I'm going to sew there. I'm not going to sew the whole lining. So that was just a slightly different method to do the zipped. And that's what that book is, you know, good for. It's got all these little tips and things.
Yeah. I think it was on the Sewing Street fans page. I can't remember where I saw it, but they got a picture of a Singer sewing machine with a face mask on, and they just call it the Masked Singer. And it really tickled me. I thought that's so funny.
Oh dear! Oh dear! I did have a. You might. I did have a Singer machine called Pearl.
Oh, did you? Pearl's a Singer.
Pearl's a Singer. Lots of people didn't get that. Thought, oh well, I know.
No, Kat doesn't get it, but you've got to be a certain age to
yes,
remember that song, Kat.
yes. There's lots of people out there, and I bet they've got the same name. So the seam allowance is, I think it's 6 millimetres. If they don't say, you know, if she doesn't say anything else, yeah. So it's quite small. I just use the side of my foot. That's usually about 6 or 7, millimetres.
Yeah, I normally use the side of my foot.
Yeah.
And unless you're patchworking, it doesn't make much difference to the seam allowance, does it?
And this one is perspex, so you can see. I think if I use the side of the foot on this one, it might be a centimetre, but because it's perspex, I can see through it.
Now remember the book, the project's coming. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the bird fabric sold out. I hope I gave you enough warning on that one. And the book has been really popular as well. The projects are actually coming from the Sew Bags for All Occasions, the ultimate reference guide to the latest bag making techniques. So even if it's not this bag, you've got some really lovely projects in there as well.
Is it her first book? I think it might be.
I think it is, because I don't recognise it. I'll have a look.
Have a look. So she will have poured all her heart and soul into that. That's why we've got, and also with her bags, there's lots of hardware. You know, lobster
hardware.
clips and sliders and all of that. I mean, it's quite unusual that this hasn't really got anything. It's got the magnetic clasp, but on a lot of it, there's sliders, and it all adds to the sort of professional thing of it. So there's your zip there, like that, and then you can see that is all beautifully. You can't see the edge of the tape, so that's one way of doing it. So that's that, and then the other pocket that's in there is, I'm going to show you in the book because it's the instructions.
I think it is a first book. There's no mention of any others.
Yeah.
And this year it's a brand new book.
Yep. So this is, we call it the all-in-one card holder slip and lip balm pocket. So I'm going to take, I've just sort of prepped these, but I'll take the pins out. As you can see, there are lots of, and also I keep the pattern pieces on, you know, to the last minute.
Yeah.
So this bit here, along there, is this bit here, and it's sort of concertinaed out. And you mark the top, and then you've got to mark it 6.5, 11, so you just mark it down here, alternate colours, because you're going to fold them alternate ways.
Okay.
So you've got blue, red, blue, red. So they say the blue, you know, fold right sides together, the red, wrong sides together. So it's all the instructions are here, and also because these are the tops of the wallet where you put your cards, we've just reinforced them with a little bit of interfacing. Yeah.
Okay.
So all concertinas up in a uniformed manner. I'll try and get it back how it was, like so. Yeah. So you've got your little flaps here, and they've been reinforced with the interfacing. Right. So the instructions are all there, and then what you do, I put all these pins in so they didn't go walkies. Where is it? So it's like that, and you're going to put it right sides together, and I'm just going to sew across there.
Okay.
hang on, it's a bit wonky doodahs. I'm going to put a pin in there so it doesn't. Make sure that's. Yeah, make sure that your pockets are going the right way as well. Right, so you open that out like that. I think you have to iron it towards the, no, maybe towards the, this part, iron it towards there. And then, let me just have a look. Then you make your sandwich. So that's the right side, that's the backing, and then you just put that down on there. And then you're going to sew all the way around that and turn it through.
Okay. So this one, with the stars being non-directional, you wouldn't have needed to have joined that.
Well, I hope they're not.
Piece, would you?
I didn't look. But no, I don't think they are, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you could also make the pocket a different colour, couldn't you?
You could do it in the red, couldn't you?
Couldn't you? Could.
Enough left over.
Yeah. Put another one there so it doesn't flip up. Right, so leaving a gap, but I think I'll leave a gap just in the straight bit here. So I'll put these at right angles just to remind me. Otherwise I will probably go all the way around.
What do you prefer to sew, Angela? Do you like the bag making, the dressmaking? Do you quilt?
I do like fashion and
Do you?
clothes. Yeah, yeah. If I had more time, I'd like to design more clothes. I do like the challenge of doing these bags.
Yeah.
I do like learning. You like that too, don't you?
Yeah.
The sort of
Like
mechanics
figuring
of
things
it
out, yes.
and trying to work out how to keep everything inside, you know, and all neat. I really need a little pixie that does all my sewing, and then I have these ideas, you know, and then because I can't really sew quick enough. My mind does wander. I have lots of projects on at the same time. But I also have to do lots of samples for my studio because, you know, with the children and things like that, they need to see it to be inspired. So I've got, we're going to do a rucksack next, you know, and it's hanging up there and they've seen it. And they want to make it. You know, they've seen it and they want to, when are we getting on to that? But I thought, as I said, I eased them into this little, you know, like it was a little round pouch that you'd put your, you know, your earphones in, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
With a D-ring. So it was just something to ease them in, because I think they've all forgotten. Because I had a lot of students that the existing ones that have come back. And I think, well, it doesn't do any harm to revisit the zip.
Yeah.
Because they've done lots of pencil cases in the past, but it was a slightly different way.
What age group do you teach?
Pardon?
What age group do you teach?
Well, from 7. Yeah, and I've had some new ones this term as well.
Oh.
I've got twizzly chairs, and we twizzle them right down to the thing, and they're still a bit like, you know, right at the sort of level here at the machine. But that's not going to put them off. Right, so that's that, and I probably would cut the trim these, my little corners, so I can get a nice pointy corner. Like that, and then I'm going to turn it through. I think I brought a pointy thing. Any pointy things around?
Is there one in that pot behind you?
Oh, yeah. The end of that. It might be too pointy actually. We don't want tears. We go through the through the corners. I've got a chopstick.
I have knitting needles.
Yeah. I teach the sort of the parents of the children that I teach, and they come out and they say, I know exactly how to put the machine to bed. I know that you love pointy corners, because I've taught their children. I think, oh, I must sound, they must, when they go home, they think, oh, that Angela, you know.
Talk to me like I was 7.
Yeah. Oh dear. Oh well, it's good that it's sunk in, isn't it, what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right, I probably will give that an iron actually. And then I can fold in those bits as well. I might unknit that side to start with. Stretch that out. Right, yeah, I do like, you like a pointy corner, don't you?
I do like a
You know, when
pointy
you see
corner.
one and it's not properly pointed, well, a bit like that, but you know, you've just got to get in there.
Proper pointy. I like a mitre.
A mitre, yes.
I don't like a raw edge.
No. No, we're trying to, yeah. Right. So that looks a bit long, doesn't it? But it actually, where's that pin there? So a lot of the measurements are from the middle crease. You know, if you fold it over and get right in the middle, I've just drawn that with chalk. So they say like 16 centimetres up from the central crease and that. So that's an important line to put in there. So I think it goes like that, yeah, because that's going to come down there. That does look quite low, but I think that's where it should be. And you've got to bring it in, I think it's 1.5 centimetres from the edge.
Okay.
So you do that. Actually, if I get rid of that, then I won't be pinning into the board. That's it. So what I'm going to do first is I'm just going to sew down there, sew along there, and sew up there.
Right.
Yeah? In theory, that's what I'm going to do. So I might like to make it a bigger stitch because it's going to look, you know, you're going to see this stitch, maybe 3. Obviously, you're going to see, you are definitely going to see it because it's in white, and I would do reverse. So I would use the side of the foot again, or if you can get any nearer, you could do that. I'll just use the side of the foot thing, but you can use sort of near if you've got the skills. It's chugging through, it's got quite a lot of thickness there.
I do like a bag with lots of compartments though.
Yes, or if you make it yourself, you can make it for your stuff, can't you? Your special things. So I'm going to come along, where I'm going to go up is the actual seam where that wallet, that concertina bit of wallet, so it's sort of in the ditch. I'm just doing one stitch and then I do a bit of reverse.
I think that's such a good idea to have the little wallet piece in there as well. My purse wouldn't fit in that bag, but I wouldn't want to take a big purse with me if I was going out because my purse is the size of a clutch bag anyway.
Yeah.
So instead of just having loose cards in the bottom of your bag, it's nice to have them.
Yeah, you just need your special
compartmentalised.
cards, don't you?
Yes.
You know, your store cards and things like that. Right, so again, I'm just doing it 1.5 centimetres from the side. I think it's 10. Actually, that's not flat to my little line there. I think it's 10.5 or something. You've got to come in. Let me get my, because then that see, if you sew down there, then that leaves that little bit for the balm. Yeah, I'm going to stop there and then that will open up. So I'll put a pin in there and I'm going to turn there. So you could put this in a tote bag, couldn't you?
Yes. I say once you've learnt the technique.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. You can have that.
Thank you. I shall take that and make it
On
my
the
very
inside
own.
though, so you don't want all your cards showing on the outside.
That's true.
What way am I going to sew it? I think I'm going to sew it this way from the middle first. Make it easier for myself. You might like to mark this with chalk or, you know, because you're sort of it's a bit freehand.
The book's got so many different styles of bags in it there, hasn't it? And I like to make bags myself these. I'm trying to avoid leather.
Yeah.
And so many bags are leather.
Well, you can get the leather look, can't you?
Yes, yeah.
And that's kind of a joy. That PU. Have you sewn much with the PU?
A lot.
Yes,
Yes,
it's lovely and
I
soft,
love it.
isn't it? Yeah, we often do the bottom of a bag, like a tote or something,
Yeah.
just in that PU, especially for sort of rucksacks for kids, because then it's just a little bit more robust, isn't it? And you can clean it better.
Oh, I like that idea. I've just used half a zip as a trim.
Oh. What, as a little design feature?
Yeah, just in the...
Oh, that's
Let's
nice.
use that. It's a nice idea. I'll have to find the bag now.
Find that, yes, that bag is in there, isn't it? So if you can see here, I'm going to flatten that, try and make it sort of these bits even, and then I'm going to sew across there. I might just put a pin in there.
Right.
And then just carry on this sewing here. We're going through quite a few thicknesses. And then that will make that little, you know, for whatever you fancy. You can make it deeper if you want. You might be thinking of hand sanitizer now, mightn't you? Like a bigger one.
That's a good idea. Imagine you can get some little diddy ones now, can't you? Like lipstick size
Maybe that you could
ones.
have on your key ring.
Yeah, yeah. I think we've only got a few minutes left. This morning is going so quickly.
When you're having fun.
Yeah.
There we go. So you've got your little things. I've got my thread there. Let me cut that off. That little there. I think you've got 4, and then that is actually a big pocket there for your postage stamps. That sounds old school, doesn't it?
Postage stamps.
Anyway, and then I always have a little plaster in case I have some, you know,
Yeah.
shoes that are a bit. Anyway,
a
so
good
there,
idea.
then that, and then you've got that bit there. Okay, and then you'll have your zip there, and then you will have done your 2 holes. Yep. And then the other thing, have we got a few more minutes? I'll just show you the
3
gusset,
minutes.
the gusset
Okay.
bit. So you've got your 2 reds and your 2 stars, and then you just fold it in half, and then we're just going to sew across there.
And again, you put your interfacing on both pieces.
Yep. Yeah. If in doubt, interface it out or something. That doesn't do any harm. Because the navy isn't quite as sort of robust as that red, is it? It's just a lovely sort of quilting weight. So, you know. Sometimes I'm a bit too quick for the scissors. I'm pulling it out and it goes, beep, 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 not with the scissors.
Hang on a minute.
Right, I'll do the red one and then I'll show you the 2.
Do you cut the interfacing shorter than the fabric? Or is
It
the
doesn't
same
say to do
size?
it there, but on the main piece, yes.
Right.
I think, yes. Along like with the Deckerville as well. Although it's medium interfacing, it's not too bulky. These big scissors. Right, so what I will do is I will just cut that there, just because that's a little corner thing there. So it's not so bulky. And I have reversed on there. And then you put right sides together. Like that. And then you're going to sew all the way around there and then turn them through. So this bit here, the actual, because I wasn't sure myself, the actual dart is at the bottom there and then goes up. So yeah, that's the way it goes and then it opens up there.
Okay.
So you don't necessarily have to get these to match, you know, your seams, but you know.
But you can't help it.
I can't help it, no. Don't think it's going to be seen. So you leave the top open. Well, actually, I don't think you do. I think you leave a gap because you want it all encompassed. So I think, no, sorry, you leave a gap in the side.
Right.
Because you want that all finished at the top beautifully.
Yep.
So again, you're just going to leave a turning gap. So start there. I'm doing a lot of sewing, aren't I?
You are.
I think you need it with this bag. I think you need a little demo so you know where you're going. because there's, you know, you might think with the gusset, oh, that's a funny shape, and where does the dart go and things. But once you've done all these elements, it does go, it's quite logical about where it all goes.
It's nice to see it demonstrated though. It's one thing having lots of photographs or lots of diagrams, but to actually see it being made makes
I often find
difference.
it's the position in the machine, lots of instructions miss out.
Yeah.
They say sew this, and you're going, but what does it physically look like in your machine? I want to see it. You know, what way does it go? I'm often asked that. So I'm just going to keep the needle in on that seam. It's not really a sort of corner, or it's just a slight change of direction.
Yeah, that machine sounds so smooth.
Yeah, lovely. It's so smooth. I've sewed over my hole, but I can just unpick it. You see that? I'm sure lots of people do that.
I
just
do
get into
all the time.
Yes, that's why you just got to put those pins there, and then I just went over them. I thought, what are they doing there? So anyway, sometimes with the patterns I do sew it because it's got the memory of where it was sewn. So when you turn it round the right way,
it kind of scores it, doesn't
yes,
it?
it does.
Yeah.
So, you know.
So that was deliberate.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. I would cut these off as well. Just because.
Could you find a smaller pair of scissors?
No, I couldn't. I use these for everything because they're so sharp. So they just do what they're supposed to do. You know, if you have a sort of smaller pair. Now, where was it? Oh, it's here. Right. So then we turn it through. I might need my pointy thing again.
I'm sure it's got a name, but pointy thing sums it up, doesn't it?
Yeah. We call ours Mr. Pointy. Yes.
Oh. Now, Lynn's late today.
Oh,
She's only just got, yes, yeah. Thankfully nothing to do with housework, because you know the rules. She was having a full English breakfast.
We weren't, were we?
I had a bit of toast and Marmite this morning. I didn't have my avocado this morning with balsamic vinegar and poached egg on top.
Oh!
Because my husband was still in bed and he does all the cooking. So I ended up with toast.
Is that your
and
normal
Marmite.
Sunday fare?
Every day.
Ooh, I don't know what I've done there, but you can see it's like that. Every day?
Every day.
Oh.
Do you know, I'm not making any medical claims, but I swear that avocado's done wonders for my knuckles.
Your knuckles? What's wrong with your knuckles?
Stiff joints.
Oh, I thought you might mean the eczema or something.
Boxing.
Really?
Yeah.
What's in?
I don't know. I did look it up, and they did say it could have benefits, but I'm swearing by it.
There must be something in it. They say that it's very good for you, don't they? I'm just going to take that off. You need to grow your own avocados, don't you?
I never thought about that.
Can you do it in your? Because you know, I'm thinking of the miles, and you know, we get kiwis in, and I love kiwis, but I don't like that they're so far from, you know,
Yeah.
far away.
Yeah.
If we've got a greenhouse, you might move to. Anyway, that's going off at a tangent. So it's right sides together, and you would sew all the way around it. Leave a turning gap, sort of about there. You know, once you've prepped these, you know, the handle holes, and you've done all of that. But these, if I just show you on this main one, they go in like that. So it's all finished. The edges are all finished.
Yeah.
And they go in like that. So you do have to sew. I'll put a clip. Clip it. Oh.
That's a nice way of doing it, though, you know, because I'm just trying to figure out how you would do that if you were bagging a bag out, and that would be really complicated.
Yes, exactly. I was thinking that, and then I thought, no, I will go with what the method is. I think it makes it more robust. It's lots of layers.
Yeah.
And obviously that hole that we turned it through, the turning gap, that will be, you know, you will sew through that as you sew this. So, and you do top stitch it. Anyway, well, they do say to top stitch it, but I didn't.
Oh,
I don't know,
I
that's
don't
the
think
top
it needs
stitching,
it.
because you do have to actually top stitch the handles.
Yeah.
So I just went round there and round there, and I didn't do up there. No one noticed, did they?
No.
But you don't have to. Sometimes there's too much top stitching, isn't
Yeah.
there? It is
Yeah.
fun to do once you've finished it. But so you've got it all in there, and then, you know, they say to top stitch all the way round, and then round, you know, round, and then round the other side, and all in one go. And then that's it fixed. So that's how it is.
It's a really nice little bag.
And you can see the inside there.
Yeah.
But it's quite thick,
Yeah.
all of that. And I mean, I don't know whether this is a design feature, but you can see a bit of the lining. If you didn't like that, you know, the navy there, you could make that red and red on the inside if that annoyed you. But I think that's part of the
it, 'cause
design.
it looks like a bit of piping.
It
around
does, it
It's-
does, yeah. So
it's a
that's
nice
part
feature.
of it. But if
Yeah.
that's, you know.
Well, thank you very
Okay,
much.
You're welcome.
We're going to be, well, you're going to be back again at 11 o'clock
Yes.
with a bit of English paper piecing.
Yes, I
with,
am.
Another book. So we'll see you again there.
Thank you.
Another cuppa for you.
Yeah.
And I shall give you a reminder of what we have left. So the bird bundle sold out. We have the red and blue stars. Now the red's a canvas. There's a metre of each of these. I know what we like. And the metre of the blue stars. So the red is a canvas and the blue stars is a poplin. But they go together really well. You've got your interfacing and you're going to use a Decaville as well. The interfacing is included, as is the double-sided basting tape, of which you need very little. We're giving you lots left over in this one, so you can be making a few bags from these, and all of that for £24.99. Then we have the grey dots, big dots for dots. This is a Lewis and Irene fabric, and you have the navy cotton for the lining on this one, and again that's £27.99 with your iron interfacing, and of course with your double-sided basting tape as well for £27.99. Now the Decaville, you'll have to give the call centre a bell for this. I'm afraid we're having problems getting it on the website at the moment. It is a free number, so if you dial 0800 001 4433, you can, or just say Decaville please, and you get all of this. So again, you've got plenty enough to make a couple of bags with that. Shiny side, the gluey side, and you've got, the matte side on the other side. It does come pre-cut, so if you wanted to order more than one, they will come in in 90 centimetre lengths. 1 metre length. 1 metre lengths? A metre by 90. Somebody's been chopping into that one, I think. So again, £6.99 is your price for that one. The book that the bag projects come from is this one. I did find the one with the zip decoration. I've lost it again now. I just thought what a lovely idea. So if I can find it again quickly. There, look. So it's actually got half a zip as decoration across the front. It's unusual, and like Andrea, I like a bit of hardware. I think it gives your bag a real shop-bought look. Even if it's only a D-ring or a magnetic clasp or a little lobster claw clasp, just have a look on our website. We've got a few bits and bobs like that. That's the bag that Angela made. So you can make it in any fabric you like. You don't have to go with the bundles that we've put together for you. But different styles, lots of techniques for you to learn. So this is projects, 8 of those, and all of this are the techniques that you're going to be able to use and transfer to more bag making projects that I'm sure you're going to be making. So that is £19.49. Been really busy for that one though this morning. Now in the next hour we're going to be looking at some dressmaking fabrics. So we're calling it a dressmaking stash building hour. And I might make a little dress. What do you think? A little girl's dress or a doll's dress? Doll's dress? Make a doll's dress or girl's dress. I'll make a dress of some sort, but I've only got half a metre of fabric to make it with, so it won't be for me. That's going to come up after the break. So go and put the kettle on. We've got about 3 or 4 minutes, and we shall see you again soon.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles, and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rosie Wells.
My name's Poppy and I'm a nutritional therapist.
Hi, I'm Ruth Lynette and I can't wait to join you all on the brand new Gemporia Lifestyle channel.
If you're a fan of primal living, you're going to adore what's around the corner.
What is lifestyle? Lifestyle is healthy habits.
Feeling good, it's about looking great,
Making sure that we're taking good care of ourselves inside.
and it's about the life that you lead and the home that you live in.
All of this is why I'm so excited.
We've got the most wonderful team.
Homeware deals and primal deals under one roof on one channel.
I can't wait to share this brand new channel with you. So we'll see you soon on Gemporia Lifestyle.
Gemporia Lifestyle, coming soon to Freeview Channel 74 and gemporia.com.
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire, and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye bye.
Welcome back again. Now we've got dressmaking fabrics for you in this show, and if I get time, if I don't talk too much, we'll get around to making a little girl's dress, I think, by the end of it, maybe in the gingham that we have, because I think that's rather sweet. Just firstly, Carmel, yes, the 780 machine does come with a walking foot or a dual feed foot, same thing, and it actually comes with two, because it'll have the regular walking foot. Walking foot, dual feed foot is the same thing. They basically feed the fabric through at the same time from the top and the bottom, which is why it's dual feed. You'll find that some machines have built-in dual feed feet, which they don't call walking feet. Anyway, so yes, it does. So you'll have the regular one, and then you have the high-speed one as well, because you've got the special high-speed plate with that machine, which only has the one hole for straight stitching. So with the walking foot and with the straight stitch plate, you are going to be able to sew perfectly stitched seams at speed. So yeah. Have a look on the website though if you can, because it should give you all the details and the spec there as well. Anyway, back to dressmaking. And we've got zips. Woohoo! Don't normally have zips on, do we? They're on the website. We've got quite a selection of zips on the website, so we just picked out a few to show you some of the different zips that we have available for you. We have open-ended zips. Now, if you're making jackets, or if you're making bags that you want to have a separate flap at the top so the zip comes all the way out so you get more room to open the bag and then close it up, these are the kind of zips that you can use. So opens all the way out to the end, and then just like when you put your jacket on, you slip one side in there and then pull it up. Whoops. So this is the navy. Just get that flat. There you go. And it's a nylon zip. So you can cut it down to size, but you'd need to do that from the top. And remember, if you're dressmaking with it, you're going to cut the stoppers off. So you'd have to go over those as well. So that is a 36 centimetre or 14-inch zip. So jackets, short jackets maybe, children's clothing, outerwear, hoodies. For kids, this is going to be ideal. That's only £2.99. We've got more open-ended zips. That's a YKK as well, brand names we know, Opti, brand names that we know. This one's a little bit chunkier, so definitely more for outerwear or knitwear even for this one. If you're knitting a cardigan and you wanted to put a zip down the front, then you can do it. And again, I'm not taking the end off with this, but that will open so the whole zip will part into two. And that's £5.99, and this one is 16 inches in length. No cutting down with these ones. A nylon zip like this has a coil. It's easy to sew over, it's easy to cut through, and if you pull the nylon, it will actually come out in one long piece. These have got teeth. Just like with a metal zip, every one of these teeth has been put onto the zip tape individually. It makes it very chunky, and it makes it very difficult to cut to size. So you'll need a project with a 16-inch zip for this one. That's the dark sand. We've also got the paler colours, so that's just the same, but in the pale. This hasn't got the end on, so you might be able to open this one up. Oh, I've got it stuck in the packaging. There we go, all the way down to the end, and then that will open up like so. And then I won't be able to get that back in again because it's still in its packaging, but you get the idea there. So that one is the sand. Oh, that's the black version. Have a look on the website for those. We've got black versions. We've got metal zip as well. These, I would say, if you've got a pair of white jeans and you wanted to put these in a fly, that's ideal for you. So if you're replacing a zip in white jeans or a denim skirt, that kind of thing, that's where I'd use this. This is an 8-inch or, sorry, it's 9-inch, isn't it? 15 centimetre zip. Is it 9-inch? Because it's been missed off. And this isn't open-ended, it's a close-end zip with metal teeth again, so no cutting this one down to size. But they are really, really strong. They're perfect for denim, for workwear, for canvases, for any kind of twill kind of fabric, then that's going to be really good and strong and sturdy. It's only £1.99. £1.99 with £3.95 postage. You wouldn't, would you? But if you've already paid your £3.95 postage, remember there's no extra postage, which is quite nice when you can buy something for £1.99 without paying any extra postage, isn't it? You don't find that very often. Finally here we've got the shorter version of a closed end zip, again in sand. This one is 8 inches, 20 centimetres in length with a nylon coil. So if you needed to, you can cut that one down. That again is just £1.99. But have a look on the website. I've got loads of zips. I've got a zip cupboard, and I have every colour of zip that you could ever want, apart from the one that you want. Or I've got every zip in every colour and every length that you want, apart from the length of the zip that I want. But it's always handy to have they don't go off. They don't go out of fashion. They're not going to go rusty. Oh, you know, you're not going to come back to your stash and think, oh, that navy nylon 14-inch zip, it's so last season. These are going to last you, well, it's worth having a stash of them because there's always going to be an occasion where you think, oh, do you know what? I'm actually going to make a bag out of this and I need a little zip to go across the top. Oh, look, I just happen to have a perfect matching zip. Because the thing is, if you don't have exactly the right zip or accessory or even the right thread, very rarely do you just rush out and buy that right zip. You'll make do with what you've got. So at least if you've got a wide selection of zips and things to choose from, there's more likelihood you're going to get the right one instead of making do with something that looks quite close to what you want but not exactly what you need. So those are zips. We have Calico. This is nice and soft. Always sells this one, and today is no exception. It's quite soft for a calico, so if you wanted to make this into something like I don't know, a skirt, a nice oh, what do they call them? Like a denim skirt style would be really nice in this. You may need to put a bit of a lining in it. Aprons, perfect. Calico is normally one of those fabrics that you use for toiles. Maybe a bit of a waste with this because it's a really nice soft quality. You can see the way that it folds there. The little flecks in here are part of the seed pods, so don't worry about that. Don't try and pick those off, they're part of the fabric. And this is natural and unbleached. So if that's on your minds, if you're trying to be eco-friendly, then Calico is always a good way to go. So again, just useful. At 2 points 49 for half a metre, and all of these fabrics are by the half a metre. So if you think, right, I want to make a toilet for an evening dress or a bridal gown, then just keep ordering more and more and more. If you order 10 units, we will send you 5 metres all in one piece. But more useful than just for toiles. If you're bag lining or making bags out of it, absolutely perfect. It's a really nice fabric, and I love the organic kind of look of fabrics like this. They can be quite rustic. Goes really well with vintage lace. I just made an apron with lace across the top and the pockets. It looks really nice. Right, we're going to run out of space again, aren't we, here now? Okay. This is a lovely fabric for making bags. It is strong and it's sturdy. It feels as it's heavier than the canvas that we have, but it's not thick. So you notice sometimes with a thick denim, it's very, very stiff. This is very, very firm, but it's not too stiff. It's got a nice selvage as well. I'd use that as a trim myself, so I'd cut that off. Maybe give it a bit of room at the side there so that I can fold it over and use it as maybe a trim, just insert it into the front of a bag. I think would look really nice. Now it's only £5.99. It looks a little bit like denim, but there is a difference because denim is a twill fabric. So denim has a diagonal weave as well as the warp and the weft, and this isn't. It's just got a warp and a weft, which is why we're calling it Tolleton, not denim. So there you go. But it does have 2 colours of thread running through it. You can see there in the selvage. So there's the indigo blue and you have the paler colour as well. So it has that kind of look. It is really hard wearing. To be honest, I'd maybe make a pair of trousers out of it. I don't think I'd make a blouse or a shirt. It's just too stiff for that. But definitely bag making. Utility clothes, maybe aprons would be good. Or things for the garden. If you're making kneeling cushions or covering outdoor furniture, absolutely perfect. And £5.99 for fabric of this kind of quality is such a good price. Again, by the half metre. So that's that. That would make a nice pair of jeans, actually. So we were looking at, or talking about viscose earlier on, weren't we? I'm sorry I can't remember your name, who said that she wanted to make a scarf, so what fabric would be perfect. This, if you're still watching, I hope so, this is what I mean by the drape of viscose. Look at this. Viscose is, they call it a semi-synthetic fabric because it's made from natural fibres, it's made from wood pulp, but it has used chemicals in the dyeing process. So it's a bit of both. But look at the way that just is fluid. It virtually falls away to nothing. If I compare that to, that's poplin, that's cotton. It's very nice. It doesn't have quite the drape that this does. So this literally spills off the table. It's incredibly soft. You could make a skirt out of this. It'd be quite heavy. But if you're making something that's going to go around your neck and is going to touch your skin, viscose feels cool. And it's just a lovely fabric. Tips for working with it. Now, I learned something new on Friday when I was here with Fiona, because she was saying, you know, it does spill. It's a fluid fabric. So it needs support when you're sewing underneath it. So make sure you've got either an extension table or an expansive table at the side of your sewing machine. But she was saying for cutting this, because it can move around when you're cutting, she puts a layer of wadding or spare fabric underneath it. So when you lay it out onto the table, it's not going to move away from you, which I thought was such a good idea. But it's lovely to work with. It's even nicer to wear. So this one, again, is £7.99 for half a metre. That's your artsy leaf, really deep navy in the background, and then that splash of Tropicana, which I think is nice to see in the darker colours. These are very summery kind of prints, but in autumnal and winter types of fabric. It's so soft. And it's breathable and washable and all that kind of thing. So perfect, I think, if you're making any garments that have ruffles, or gathers or puff sleeves, because it just drapes beautifully. Right, so that's that one. Sorry, that's the best I can fold it because it's spilling. We have your Oxford Navy. They go nicely together. They're saying about pairing up fabrics. Dressmaking is no different. That silky feeling, it's not as lightweight as a chiffon, it's not transparent, but it's just, again, very, very cool and very, very fluid. To make a nice lining, actually, that would be very comfortable inside a jacket. Things that you're going to wear right next to your skin. They're absolutely beautiful. So again, this is £7.99. Very soft and smooth and very tactile. So that's the Shelley Challis Oxford Navy by the half metre at £7.99. We have the blush, and again, just all so smooth and tactile. That's such a pretty colour. I'm thinking bridesmaids' dresses, even underlinings like undergarments would be really lovely out of this. If you've got a sheer skirt or an itchy skirt, if you're thinking tweeds and kilts and things like that, and you just wanted a really lightweight underskirt, then that would be perfect for you. And again, it's just £7.99 by the half a metre. Now this is a very clever viscose because it looks like linen. It has a slub. So when you see linen, it's that the texture of the fibres are uneven, so they get lumpy like cloudy bits in them. And this viscose has been woven in the same way. So this isn't a print, this is an actual slub, but it's viscose. So again, it's lightweight. So if you love the look of linen, this isn't going to crease anywhere near the amount that linen would do. A lot more affordable than linen. And it's really pretty. It's very classy. And there's a lot of colours in here that will match with so many other colours as well, from navies to blushes. If you wanted to dress up a pair of jeans, you know, that's when it says on the invitation smart casual, think, what on earth is that? That's something posh with something cash. So you could easily dress up a pair of jeans with fabric like this, or make it into a dress. I wouldn't use viscose personally for a very fitted dress, for a shift dress or something like that. But anything that's quite floaty, or full skirts, or gathers, or drapey, loose fitting, this is perfect. For caftan styles of clothing, for loose sleeves, the kind of top that I'm wearing, that would be absolutely perfect. And again, £7.99 for half a metre. And then here, these are by the half metre. Now, if you're new to us, that means that if you order 1 unit, you'll have half a metre. If you order 2 units, they'll come in a 1 metre piece. So if you needed 2 or 3 or 4 metres for whatever project it is you're making, just divide that into half metres and order that amount of units. This is clever fabric because as you're looking at it from a distance, it looks like random spots. When you look closely, it's rabbits. We've got pink rabbits and green rabbits and white rabbits and rabbits with surprised expressions on their faces and rabbits that are jumping and leaping and sitting, and it's a fun fabric. And again, another viscose by the half metre for £7.99. Lots of gathers and puffs with this one. If you are making children's clothing, you can really gather this up without it kind of poofing. It still hangs beautifully. So again, that's £7.99. Right, shall we make something? We've got lots of fabric. We've got a whole show. I'm having deja vu from 8 o'clock this morning where I just talked so much and so much to show you. We don't do anything. So if you can have a look on the website, when you go to sewingstreet.com, you'll come to a video which is live, and underneath the video will be a list of everything that we have on the day shows for you today. So just have a scroll down and you'll see the lightweight cotton denim looks, and we've got some tweeds on there, and we've got lots more viscoses, and we have gingham. So there you go. That's what you're going to find on the website if you haven't been there before. So all you need to do is click on one and proceed to payment. Right. Let me just catch you up again quickly because I don't want to miss anybody. I just think if you take the time and the trouble to message, then I should reply to them. Oh, Pauline loves the green Lulworth fabric for dressmaking. Lovely. And thank you, Bonnie. Right. We have 4 colours of gingham. Now the thing with a gingham, if it's proper, the fabric will be woven, not printed. Never trust a printed check. As in, a print printed onto a weave in straight lines or in checks isn't necessarily true. With a weave it is, it can't help it because obviously it's woven. So this is a woven check, which means you can rely on it. So you know that when you cut across here, it's going to be perfectly straight, and when you cut down here, it'll be perfectly straight. You're not going to have the print being very slightly off in any direction. If you're smocking with this, you have your 1-inch grid. Let me just double check on that. Yep, perfect 1-inch grids on there. So that is a really good, there you go. That is a really good gauge for smocking, if that's what you're going to Canadian smocking, not English smocking, although I think you could do with this. That would be, oh, that would be nice, actually. Even if you just did a very simple effect where you sew together just the blue lines, you get a really nice kind of blue-white stripe going on. Oh, and then red cross stitches, little smocking stitches and designs on the top of there. That would be lovely. Love smocking. It's a good job. Got a book to write. Now this is the paler blue. We have, there's a yellow, there's an olive, and we've got the navy and white there as well. I don't know which to use. What shall I use? Should we do the yellow? Is it sunny outside at the moment? The thing is, you come here in the dark, you leave home in the dark, arrive here in the dark. It's always a nice surprise when you go outside. I've got boots on today. It was really cold this morning. So yes, we do find that we dress... that sounds bad, Kat. Kat's saying we always dress inappropriately at Sewing Street. I didn't mean it like that. It's just not according to the weather, because we don't know what the weather's going to be like. Although she has got a bikini on in there. I think she's expecting warm weather. You better take some of this viscose for a sarong. So let's do yellow. Now then, as usual, making it up as I go. So that's on the machine. Because I'm kind of thinking a pinafore dress, maybe Dungaree style would be nice, do you think? Right, so I'm going to iron it first of all, because I can't work with creases, I'm afraid. I don't do creases, you know. I did hear some pop stars don't do steps. How on earth do you get around? As in going up and down stairs, not the group. So give that a quick press. Again, it's 100% cotton. This is nice and lightweight as well. So shirts, dresses, blouses. But for homewares, a little bit of interfacing on the back of it, and you can make any fabric nice and sturdy that way. That'll do for that. Now then, let's figure this one out. Obviously, if I had a child, I would be measuring this against said child, but I don't have one handy. It's one thing we don't have in this new studio. Right. So I'm going to need a bib-shaped A-line panel for the front. I will need straps I will need some facing for the top, I'll need a wider back, and I will need some elastic to go around the back. So I'll do those in 2 pieces. So if you have a child at home, or if you're making a doll's dress, you'd measure across the top of the chest, so underneath the arms from one side to the other. So I reckon that's going to be about, a bit further up, about that big on this dress. You need to move over a little bit, sorry, we'll get there. So there and there, so that's going to be there. I can use that as a straight line because it's a gingham. And then I'm going to go, that's the bib, round to the side, that needs to be a right angle, and then we'll go down at an A line and straight across the bottom. Can you see what I'm doing there? You'll see when I cut it out. So I need to go halfway down there and the same mark here, and fold it in half and then cut it out so I've got 2 symmetrical pieces. This will make sense in a minute. So you'd measure said kid across the chest, maybe add 1/2 inch for seam allowance, measure down to the waist, make that into a curve, and then to the length that you want, and I would add 1 inch for hemming. Like so, and that calico would be ideal to make a little toile up first of all, and if it works and it fits, you've got an extra dress there. So that's across the top, and maybe a little bit longer. Always rather cut things a little bit too big, or as in too long, too big. It's easy to take something in, it's less easy to take something out. Okay, so that's the shape of the dress. I need some interfacing to go at the front there, or some facing. So I'll just need another piece the same shape, which is going to go down to, can pattern match that? I'm going to go down to about here. So that will do. And just cut to the same shape. So you've made your own pattern there. Alright, it's a pity I haven't got anybody to try this on. And let's turn that round then. Down there. And down to there. And we'll cut straight across. Right, then we need a back panel. That's going to be slightly wider because I'm going to put some elastic around the back. So it's got a little bit of give to it. So I'm just going to use that as a guideline. Oh, crease. Don't like creases. So this time it's going to match with the underneath the arms here. But I need some elastic casing, so I need to make that bigger, and I'm going to make it quite a lot bigger because I've only got 1 inch wide elastic, so it needs to be so then there. I'll make that 1 inch wider there to allow for gathering, and we'll go up to there and cut across. So again, I'm going to mark the centre here so that I can fold this and make it symmetrical. I will adjust the hem on that later. So that's the front pieces, that's the back. I need a couple of straps. So I'll just chop some off the end here. And again, those can be altered for later on. So do that. Rotary cutter. Oh, I've got one in my box, bear with me. Got it. Thank you. So let's cut those, say 2.5 inches. And, oops, let's chop off there. Okay, so that's that. So that can go down now. Don't need that. Don't need that anymore. So let's make up the straps to start with. So we're going to sew these into tubes. I'll sew across the end. No right and wrong side with gingham either, which is great. Oh, went a bit too far. And just around about 1/4 of an inch seam allowance I'm using on this one. These might be a little bit wide actually looking at it. And a little bit long, but I will cut them down size. And the same on this one, so over the edge. Ooh, other way. Like so. And then, there you go. So nice to have the straps a little bit long, so that you've got growing room. Do you know, I think I told you my youngest granddaughter started nursery school last week. Her little uniform was huge. And being a mum and a mum of mums and everything else, the first thing I thought was, oh, she'll be able to grow into that. And then I thought, I am sounding like my mother. I can remember my first day at school, my uniform was huge. I actually felt really silly because everybody else is fit. But I did grow into it. So I'm just looking for something to poke this out the other way with. We have everything in this studio, just not where we want it to be. I'll do that in a minute. Oh, I need to do it now. I'll try it with a pen. We have Turnit. Oh, lovely. Thank you. These are part of those prim sets that we do, but the tube bit seems to have gone missing, but we can manage. So I'm just going to poke the end of that in and turn it the right side out. Whoops. Cat desperately going through things looking for blue tubes. We'll manage. So pushing that in. Do you know when you do things at home and it happens first time, and then you come here with people watching and it just doesn't go to plan? Go on over. I've had worse things happen on TV. Right, so let's push that through. Oh, that went all the way through, that's okay. So let's see, we can manage, there's one. And again, I'm going in the seam and thread that over. Whoops. Nearly fired that at you then. Oh, come on. See, this is when I talk to my work. I was saying to Angela earlier, nothing gets praised, but when things aren't going right, it gets a stern talking to. So we've got one strap there that I'll cut in half and make two. Giving up on that one. And I'll just give those a quick press. Again, this isn't made to scale at all, but it is quite an easy technique to make little dresses out of. So even dolls' dresses. So you could make big ones. Same idea. Right, so we're going to take the front and we're going to take its interfacing, or its facing piece, which I've lost. There we go. This piece needs hemming, because that's going to be seen. So that's the facing bit. I'm just going to sew across the bottom. So I'll just turn it under once for this, or you could over edge it, you could overlock it, or you could pink and shear it. But I'm just going to do that for now. Then we will put, if you're using fabric with right sides together, we're going to put the straps just each side of the top of the pinafore here. and that's going to be a seam allowance width from the end. So in this case it's going to be 1/4 of an inch from each side. So we'll stick a couple of pins in there, if we can find, I've got my pins. So that, and we'll do that. I don't know if you've still got the book on the website, but I made a little red, in fact I didn't make it at all, my daughter made a little red check dress from the So Chic Kids book. It's actually got a picture of a red check dress on the cover of it, and it looked really pretty. So I'm just sewing those right sides down. And then the facing, I'm making sure that the bit that I've hemmed is facing upwards. And that's going to be sewn right sides together. All the way around here, not down the side bits. I think this is going to be doll's dress because it's ending up the size of a newborn, and I don't think they'll be wearing pinafores like this. Just pull that out. But we have got that So Chic Kids book on the website. There's only 4 left apparently. Right, let's just line that up. So again, if you go to sewingstreet.com, there it is, and you can have a perusal and have a look, but you will find that book on. It's a really nice book. Really quite impressed. So the first time we bought it, we sold out. Right, straight across the top. And then when we flip that over, then the straps are enclosed. Those need snipping into around the curves, else the seam's not going to sit properly. And they could put a pocket on the front. You could put, actually side seam pockets would be nice, or patch pockets on the front of them would look nice as well. So let's push that out. And again, we'll press it. Could be an apron at this point. There we go. There. Always looks nicer when it's pressed, doesn't it? Just wait, trying to get the seam on the top there. You know, I'm rushing a little bit, I have to say. Right, so that's the front of it. And then for the back, that's the back section, wasn't it? So I'm going to fold over the top by about 1/2 inch, and then by 1 inch, or a tad over 1 inch, because I'm going to use that 1 inch wide elastic. So straight across the top. And the nice thing is with this gingham, you can see the straight lines, so I can see where the folds are going to go without having to keep measuring it. I know that that's straight. And it's quite easy to pattern match as well. Okay, then we'll take the elastic. Oh, there's the pins right in front of me. And a safety pin. Safety pin. Got one. And we'll thread the elastic through the channel. Oh, that's a little bit tight. Should have measured that channel. Not to worry, you get the idea. In you go. This is going to be a snug fit with the elastic, but it's fine. It's only a doll's thing. Oh, we've had oh, hi Teddy, I haven't heard from you for a long time. He sent a message and a picture. What's he sent in? Oh, You're right. Gingham, he says, is so pretty, always fresh looking. It's one of those fabrics that's great to have the straight lines of the check pattern to follow, especially for ruffles. I love Gingham, Teddy. I'm with you on that one. I use tiny gingham for dolls and bigger check ginghams for the equivalent children's dresses. And it's also great to get. Yes, I love bias strips with gingham. It makes lovely binding. Oh, thank you for that. That dress is amazing. Oh, do you make dolls as well? I don't think you made that one, but do you make dolls as well? I went through a phase of doll making. It's funny that, isn't it? I don't know if you're the same at home. I have phases. I never get out of the bag making phase, to be honest. Love making bags. But I'm going through a doll making phase at the moment. I spent hours, I think I told you on Friday, knotting hair into a little boy, a boy rag doll. But I like doing the features and the embroidery and giving them character. And then, of course, you've got to create a wardrobe for them. And then I'll go off that and think, I fancy doing a bit of quilting. And then I'll be thinking, I need some new curtains. Right, so I've put the elastic, I've gathered that to the amount that it needs to be. In fact, that needs to be the same width as the back. So let's do it properly, Deborah. And spread that out a little bit more. That's it. So I've secured the elastic at one side, spread the other end out to the length that you require. Make sure it doesn't pop back in again, and then just sew it in place to hold it there. And then chop that off. And then we'll have these two pieces right sides together. And I'm just going to sew from the waist. So the underarm bit that I've cut on the front matches up with the elasticated bit on the back. So secure that. Again, if I was dressmaking for a child, I would finish off the seams. So I've got my overlocker, so that's how I'd normally do mine. But pinking shears would be fine. Or the zigzag stitch. Do you know, I don't really like a zigzag stitch for finishing off seams. I'd rather use pinking shears. I'm not very neat with a zigzag stitch. Same on this side. I've put wrong side to right side. I had to look twice at that. So I'm going to, I'll leave it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. You wouldn't have known if I hadn't have said. And if this was any other fabric that had a right and wrong side, then you would really notice that, but you won't notice it on this. So that should have been right sides together. And poke the end of that up. We can't have everything going right in a show, can we? Nothing ever goes right. Oh, Jackie wants to know how to add smock into a child's dress. Difficult to explain. You'll need a pattern because you'll need the extra fabric, and I don't know off the top of my head how much extra fabric you need to smock it. So yeah, I don't think it's very easy to just add smocking because you need wider fabric, because of course it all gathers up as you're smocking. So I think you need to follow a pattern. Sorry, not much help there. Morning, Jen. Jenny, late? Oh gosh, you've missed bags, you've missed panels. What have you been doing? Writing essays with your pen. Jenny's got a new pen. Right, so I'm hemming it now, so I'm just going to wrap that over twice. No, Jenny's got a what would Debbie do pen. Let's turn that over there. Yes, what would Debbie do pens are in the gallery, to be referred to when those head scratching events occur. Right. So again, just folding the hem over twice. You'd have measured this to make sure that it's the right length for your doll or child or whoever you're making it for. Yellow's pretty though, isn't it? I do like the yellow gingham. And you know, with a pair of brown tights and a jumper underneath, add a little bit of summer sunshine to an autumn wardrobe. So there we go. So if you snip those ends off and turn it the right side out. So we have that. It needs something on the front, doesn't it? A nice big pocket. So that's the front. And then for the back, I'd cross those over and maybe put a button on there or a popper. And you've got a little pinny. Very tiny for a child. Perfect for an 18-inch high doll. There. But it's the technique. So if you wanted to make one for a child, again, you measure here, you measure under the arms, you measure the length that you want. Add that bit of elastic to the back because it makes it easier to get on and off and it gives it a more fitted look. And then you'd measure the length of the straps. You don't have to put buttons on there. You can kind of get into that, but I think buttons are a nice finishing touch. Or you could do it the other way, sew the straps on there and fold it over to the front and put your buttons on there. Or you could get some of those, I don't know what they're called, that, you know, the things like old-fashioned suspenders. So you hook them around the buttons. Would, you know, the traditional Dungaree type fastenings would be quite nice there as well. So hope you like that. Where are we? Oh, we're nearly finished. Oh, Teddy's back again. Hi, Teddy. Oh, he has been. Oh, look at those girls. Been making dolls since my childhood in the 70s and still making them. Love the pre-shrunk Calico from Sewing Street for their bodies and stocked up in it a few weeks ago. That's a good idea. Oh, they are lovely. Oh, I love the dresses as well. All in gingham. Oh. Right. So you've seen the yellow. We do have the different colours for you. I kind of like that navy actually, to be honest. I think that looks nice. Right. Trying to tidy up as I go. Otherwise we'll be here for ages. So that's the navy and white. That's really class. See, what I'd love to see is maybe a blouse in this with puff sleeves and maybe some red trim around the edge. So men's shirts, you could make men's shirts, ladies' blouses, whatever you wanted to out of this. It's a nice 100% cotton, natural fibre, easy to wear, quite lightweight, and it can look really stylish. Big puffs, you know the leg of mutton sleeves that we used to wear back in the day? That kind of thing I think would look really nice. Big sleeves are back again, aren't they? So that is your navy. We have the green, which is a sagey, olivey kind of green. That's a nice one for autumn, winter time as well, isn't it? So that's the most popular one actually today. We're just calling it green. We could have been a little more inventive with it. I'd say olive myself. And then we have the pale blue. All with a smart white background. See, pale blue reminds me of school uniforms. Again, £3.99 for a half a metre. You'll be able to get quite a lot out of half a metre if you have young children. But think about homewares as well. We're all about dressmaking fabric in this hour, but you can make some lovely homewares with this one, tea cozies and things like that. £3.99 per half metre. If you wanted to order more than one, then it comes in metre lengths. So. Now then, in the next hour, we're talking about tea cozies. We've got some English paper piecing and tea cozies with Angela again. So stay with us there. Just checking if we've got any more messages on Facebook from you. Oh, we don't. Where have you gone? No, we don't want you. Oh, morning, Julie. Julie's watching in the caravan and she's sewing. Absolutely love this programme. It kept me going down whilst on lockdown. Thank you. Now I'm back at school and I record it every day to watch when I get home. Yes, you've missed so much, Jenny. We had the Chippendales on earlier on. So you have to be here at 8 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday else you miss all of the fun. Yep. So coming up in the next hour, we have another book for you, and Angela's been busy making English paper-pieced projects for you. So you've got a huge pincushion. How many pins can a girl want? This is from Alistair MacDonald's Love to Sew book. and she's going to show you how to make the tea cosy as well. And we've put together some bundles for you from our most popular. Oh, now then, even if you don't want to make these, if you've seen any of the charm packs that we've had on the shows before, we've put together the most popular ones, put them together with some fabrics, some plain fabrics, and then taken the price down as well. What do we like? That's what we do on Sewing Street. So that's coming up in a couple of minutes. So it's been a whole hour without coffee this morning, so I think it's time we're due. And we shall see you again in 3 or 4 minutes' time. Bye. Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual, always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick and pick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. If you want more hints and tips, then why not go to Sewing Street on channel 74 on Freeview, on Sky 670, and of course we have a YouTube channel where you can catch up on previous demonstrations. We'll see you soon.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay 1 lot of postage all day? That's 1 payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye bye.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue, by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So, number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day, and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual. Always keep it to hand, because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick and pick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. If you want more hints and tips, then why not go to Sewing Street on channel 74 on Freeview, on Sky 670, and of course we have a YouTube channel where you can catch up on previous demonstrations. We'll see you soon. Welcome back again. Now, something a little bit different in this show. We've had a mixed bag today, haven't we? So we've had a lot of panels first thing, and then bag making, and then dressmaking, and now we're going to be doing English paper piecing. And this is what Angela is going to show us, the technique in a bit. So let's take a look at the book first of all. And we've got some bundles for you. Have a look on the website, get ahead for those, because I don't think they're going to be lasting too long. You've got some amazing prizes for you. But the book is a Love to Sew. Love to Sew is a book range by Search Press, all at this kind of format, 9-inch squares, and very easy to follow instructions. So you've got minimal instructions. Oh, there's the pink cushion look. That was well planned, wasn't it? So let's have a look inside here. Again, techniques, materials and tools important in any book. And then bias binder straight into projects, that's what I like. So we've got the little bags. The thing with English paper piecing, it can be a little bit daunting. I did try to make a full-size quilt with 1-inch hexagons, and it turned into a cock quilt. I just lost the will. But smaller projects like this are a lot more achievable, they're a lot quicker to make, and it's a lot more encouraging, I think, if you're a beginner to English paper piecing. I love tumbling blocks. It's my favourite patchwork design. I just think it's so clever. And it's so satisfying to do as well. So you've got half hexagons here with a tablet case. See what I mean about the simple instructions? They're simple projects with only a few pages of instructions for each one. So great for a beginner. Maybe you're collecting the Love to Sew range. There's quite a few of them in the range now. Oh, I like that. Bit of sparkle for an evening. Christmas decorations. And, you know, to sew something like that, those look like 1-inch pentagons to me. Really difficult on a sewing machine. That would be really fiddly. But when you're hand sewing, you can be a lot more accurate. That's why I like English paper piecing. You can be really accurate with, you know, the dreaded Y seams. I found them so much easier to hand sew than I would do to, oh, that's nice, than to sew them on a sewing machine. So lots of ideas for you, full-size templates in the back there, but a great way to get yourself started. Maybe it's a technique that you haven't tried before, so you just think, I'll have a go at something quite small. Or you're looking at Christmas presents. You want to make a handmade Christmas present, but make it a little bit special. Why not hand make a makeup bag? Or that could be a gift wrap, couldn't it? And put a gift of, I don't know, makeup or sewing bits and bobs. That's the tea cosy that we're going to have a look at in just a second. Egg warmers. Oh, I've gone back in time again. Those are little conical ones. We used to have soldiers. So the egg cup was a soldier face, and then the egg cosy was his bearskin hat. Oh, so that's Quilting on the Move by Alistair MacDonald, and that's just £7.99. Now we have put some bundles together for you. And this is a great way of using up smaller pieces of fabric. So whether that is going to be the charm squares, where you've got leftover scraps of your own. There we go. Because a lot of the time you see these pre-cuts in all 5-inch squares. Oh, they're lovely. They go really well together. I've got all of these, I'm taking it out, all of these coordinating fabrics, and they just look beautiful. And what on earth am I going to do with them? So I'm going to take this off and show you. Because you need to see what you're getting, don't you? Right, that's mine now. So, oh, look at those. Always popular, these ones. So we put them together with 1/2 metre of fabric as well. But you're not paying full price for those. I'm doing it upside down, aren't I? £15.99. So there are the 44, they're all together. There are 42 5-inch squares here. And there's 1/2 metre of that fabric, which is vanilla, for you to make your projects with. So this is Lewis and Irene fabric. It's the Salsafill for £15.99. There we go. So that's the first bundle at £15.99. And then we have, is it that one? Canning Day. This is Moda. I shan't take them all out because I get into such trouble. I've been threatened with a sack so many times. So this time we've got Ditzy florals, really pretty colours again. And the beauty of buying pre-cuts in packs like this, you know that everything has been designed to go with everything else. So you could practically put any two of these colours and prints next to each other, and you know that they're going to match perfectly. So this is £17.99, again including a 1/2 metre of vanilla cotton fabric. And then finally, we've got charming squares, again Moda. And this is from the Maya range. Oh, come here. So we've got more modern flowers on this one. That's nice colour, isn't it? Little hearts, pebbles. And that's a bit better, isn't it? Now you can see what's in there. So this is the charm pack that Angela's already used. So those little hearts look like crests, butterflies, we've even got monkeys. So £15.99, and that's including, again, your 1/2 metre of vanilla. We've got more charm packs on the website if you have a look on sewingstreet.com, if you don't have any scraps yourself. If you wanted to go for any of those fabric strips, you could probably, not the bigger projects here from a 2.5-inch strip, but you could probably do some of the smaller ones from those as well. Or again, if you've got leftover fabrics of your own. Or even, I don't know, memory fabrics maybe that you've got. But I think these are lovely, and they create some really gorgeous, fun projects like these two. Okay, so over to you, Mrs. What are you going to show us?
Well, should we start with the tea cosy?
Yes.
Yes. Would you like to pass the tea cosy over?
There you go.
Thank you. I've
That's
got something
subtle.
that can sit there, and something's underneath it. I thought I'd bring a little teapot.
Do you actually use that teapot? Oh, it's so cute.
No, it's sweet though, isn't it?
Oh, it's
just a little
lovely.
charity shop. But anyway, I thought, you know, in case anybody's just worried about what is this,
Yeah.
you know, then we all know it is for a teapot. That's quite a big one. And also, there's not a pattern for the tea cosy, so I'll tell you how to measure your own teapot.
Oh, okay.
Because they're all different sizes,
Yeah.
aren't they? And you might want a sort of smaller one. So EPP, English paper piecing. So you've got the lovely charm pack, and they all, I mean, I love these colours here. They really go well together. As you said, there's a little monkey here as well.
But they just go. And then you can match anything together and they go.
Because that's a plain side. So in the one charm pack, I've done, I did the tea cosy and I did the pin cushion. I'm not sure if you have quite enough to do the other side, but I thought that looked so boring, so I just stuck those two. You could put a few more on there, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Right, so you get the template, and the template is this sort of paper plate, the paper template. It's not for the fabric. So what I do is, I know a lot of people get the paper template and they actually put it on the fabric, and then they get maybe the 1/4 inch ruler, and then they measure it round and then cut it. But because I'm doing quite a few, I thought I'd just make a sort of cardboard template. So that's the actual paper that the fabric goes round, and then I did a bigger hexagon with that, which is actually the fabric.
Right, that's a good
So that's
idea.
for the paper, because, you know, it sort of, you know, you can see it, you know, there's lots to do, so you want to do it sort of quickly. So, and you don't have to, it's not on one whole piece, so it's just on the square. So I just butt it up against there, because that's one less, you know, thing to do. So actually I'll draw around it, that's why I've got the template. So I draw around it. So as I said, you don't, there's not a sort of size for the tea cosy, so you measure what you want. But for this one, I think I did about 20 hexagons.
Right.
And there's 42, is there?
Yes.
In the thing, yeah. Right, so I'm just going to cut these out. So the some of it's 1/4 inch, isn't it, for EPP? But in here, I think he said a centimetre.
Okay.
So I've just added a centimetre, more the merrier, you know, because you've got this whole square to play with, haven't you?
I fell in love with English paper piecing. Gosh, must have been about 25 years ago. I did a course.
Oh, did you?
Yep. And they were so picky. It was a knuckles wrap kind of thing.
Oh.
We cut out 60-degree diamonds out of brown paper and hand tacked every single piece around the paper. And I remember saying at the time, can you just use a Pritt stick? I was nearly thrown out.
Oh.
You cannot use glues. And well, you can nowadays because they're made for it.
Yeah.
But I came home from the class and I made a stool cover in tumbling blocks out of 3 shades of denim.
Oh.
I should have worn a thimble. I had a hole in my finger by the end of it.
Yeah, but I bet that wears well if it's all in the denim.
Oh, it's still going.
Yeah.
But I loved it.
Because you were saying that you did a smaller one, didn't you? Small little squares.
It was hexagons, yeah. And the thing is, when you start putting it together, it grows really quickly. And then the bigger it gets, the smaller, or the slower it seems to grow.
Yeah.
So I just...
Not something you can take in the car then, is it?
No, no.
But I use the glue pen, and I use the thread to put the fabric on the template. But I'm a bit of a thready person.
Yeah.
But I just think if you are in the car and you're just doing it and you've got it in your handbag, then just a needle and thread is probably easier. So I'll just do this blue one because I've got to add to these ones. So I'll stick it on there. Just anchor it down with that. Then, so I've actually, I don't know whether it was for this project, it might have been, because I have done a bag in that book as well. But I've got a light now that's next to me in the living room that comes over, right over my shoulder, so I can do this, you see. So, sorry, if you can see there, I'll turn it over there. I'm going to start with this long, and I'm just going to do big tacks just to keep it in place. And then for that corner, I'm just going to go over like that. And I'm just going to anchor that. So this doesn't have to look pretty. Just have to watch that pin. You can take that out after a while. Just has to fit in. So make sure it sort of, when you turn it over, it butts up on the paper. Yeah.
It's relaxing though, isn't it?
Yes. I'm relaxed.
Yeah, I think it's one of those crafts again that you You have to concentrate on it, so therefore it takes your mind off everything else. And
it's very tactile.
Yeah.
And you do feel, you know, like you were saying, you know, sometimes with hand sewing, you do feel more in control, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't something, my mum was a dressmaker, she taught me how to sew, but this isn't something that she would have ever have done.
No?
Smocking, yeah, you know, like hand sewing, that was
Yes,
and
smocking.
embroidery. Lots of embroidery, but not
well,
paper
my mum recently gave me some hexagons, you know, a little, no, it was like a flower, you know, with the hexagon.
Yes.
And they were all, you know, this is from the 70s. She just found it and said, would you like it? I said, I'll have it. And then I just put a shout out to what should I do with it all? But they were all like 1970s kind of prints and stuff that I'd had dresses in and she had as well. So I've got to find, because they're all a bit higgledy-piggledy, I've got to find some like a current sort of, what do they call it, a blender that will get them all to go together. But, you know, it was lovely. And all her little stitches. This is many years ago.
I was given a few years ago, there was actually a lady got in touch with me on Facebook and said that she'd got some blocks that had been passed down so many generations in her family, she didn't know where they came from, but she didn't sew, so did I want them. And there were 44 of them, and they were 1-inch squares, and the fabrics that they were made out of, one of them had got a print of Queen Victoria on it, and I think it was handkerchiefs.
Yes, was it like a lawn? Probably very delicate and soft.
And I haven't, I put some of them on canvases, so I've got pictures around my sewing room with them. But the problem is, just what you were saying, if I put them together, I can't find the fabrics that match to make
they'll stick out, won't they? You need some vintage fabric that will go with it, like an old petticoat or something, don't you?
Yeah.
And also the papers. I think what my mum used looked like old tissue paper that maybe the bread used to be wrapped up in. Do you remember that when you used to go to the bread? I don't. You probably still do. You know, sort of artisan bakers. But also, I mean, you can reuse these hexagons. You know, when you take them out, you can reuse them.
So what paper did you use for the hexagons?
It was just some spare paper, you know, print
copy paper.
Yes, it was. But I think some of it's got some dot-to-dot designs on that I might have printed out for my classes when I'm feeling a bit mean. And I've got dot-to-dot. They have to actually sew the dot-to-dot, sew it to reveal the thing. That's a bit mean, isn't it? It's when they're really speedy and they finish before anyone else. I think, I've got some things for you to...
This will show you.
Yes. Right. I'll just do this one and then I'll show you how to...
These are nice size though, aren't they?
Exactly, they're not too small.
Yeah, they're not fiddly.
And then I don't really sort of do a knot because you don't, they're just... and I wouldn't iron them until you've actually sewn them together.
Okay.
Because then you can iron them. Because they might take on a different form. You want to iron them all together. The biggest group really you need to iron together. Because you know what fabric's like with a bit of ironing. It sort of moves, doesn't it? And
yeah, that's a good tip.
Right, so you can see this lovely colourway. So I've worked out for my this one, we're going to have a 4 and a 5 and a 5 and a 4, like that. So you can see that those lovely fabrics, can't you? We've got a whale and a squid and a crab, and I think you get maybe about 4 different versions. You know, like there's the seahorse. It says it all on the back, doesn't it? But you know, I put them into part. I tried to be organised. I tried to put you know, all the sort of the reds together and all the blues, and then when it came to it, as you see with this one, it's kind of a bit, you know,
it's nice random.
Yeah. So if I put this one on here, this is a kind of dark one. Also, I was thinking of the dark and the light, and then for me, this orange, this sort of burnt sort of orange colour pops out, so I wanted to distribute it, you know, well. So what you do is you just put those two together like that. I mean, you can use a clip just to keep it on that end, like that. And then you do a little whip stitch. So have a knot in the end. You're just going to feel that. It's not going to hold it, but you can feel it. And I do a little whip stitch like that. So I bring it towards me. But I know a lot of people go like that.
Towards me.
Yeah. I just feel like I've got more control. I call it the touche look. when the children are doing it, I say, we're not doing touche. We want to do it nice and gently, bring it towards us.
The regal wave.
Yes. Yes, you can tell what I get up to in my classes. But lots of people do it away from them, and if they've got more control, you know, that's fine, isn't it? However you want to do it.
I love this bit though, the creating tiny little stitches and just catching a tiny amount of thread.
Yes.
It's the big reveal when you turn it over and you can hardly see any stitches. That's so rewarding. And
just remember to pull them up as well, because then they'll disappear more. And you're really trying not to sew the paper, but I'm not going to get too, you know, I mean, they come out, you're only going to sort of have a little teeth mark on the paper, and you can use that again.
Yeah, you can still use them, can't you?
Yeah.
We're losing you now, look. You're in a zone.
Yeah. You're out there, Debbie. I can hear you. I should be giving you one to do, shouldn't I? Yep. Right, I'm just going to go back through there and then just, because they're not connected, I'm doing it sort of in a row, but you could, you know, go from one to the other, but I thought I'd just do it because I wanted to show you all the designs together. So, but you could start from here and then just move over there, so you might be going down, then up, and then...
I must admit, I get a bit confused that way though, and I'll probably end up with a hexagon sewn on where it shouldn't be.
Yes.
And I'm not a fan of unpicking. Not when I've spent all that time hand sewing something.
So there we go. So I might actually iron that, and then that one goes on there. So I will. So what you could do is, because that's the bottom, and then that will have another one up there. That one, I think. But also the nice ones, because what you do is you're going to get a template, and you don't want to cut up. I don't like these blue ones, so I would want them maybe more in the centre.
Yeah.
Right, so what I would do with that is I would flip it over like that, and then sew. Did you get that? And then sew. I'm connected here. This bit here. I'll put a clip in. But it's called quilt. Is it called Quilt on the Go? Quilting on the move. So that's what it is, because it's so so easy to just have it with you.
Yeah.
I went through that.
And even sitting out, I did take a look out of the window, and it's sunny out there.
Is it?
Oh yeah, and I love the sunshine.
Is it sunny today?
Yeah, it is here.
Ooh.
But I can't just sit. I've got to do something.
Yes.
So I've got no gardening or anything like that to do. Hand sewing in the garden.
Yeah, I actually look forward to when there's a project and there's a little bit of hand sewing, maybe doing a hem or something. I quite look forward to that. I put it aside and think, oh, I'll do that.
Yes. And certainly on long journeys.
Yeah.
Not when I'm driving.
You're not driving. Yes. Although I'd probably drop some pins in my husband's car and he wouldn't be very, very happy about that. I seem to be dropping pins everywhere. They just sort of fall out of me, don't they? For you, they just
You're shedding pins.
Yeah.
Or you need a magnet.
Yeah, we've got a big one in the studio, and the children fight over it to get all the pins up. But I'm the only one in my house that wears slippers, so I'm all right. I just storm round through. It's all right for me. Right. What end am I? I'm at the wrong end actually, so I'll just finish off that bit and then I can come. So I just sort of go through like a running stitch there and then cut that off. I've actually got another needle threaded.
We've had lots of pictures of your dolls today. Thank you for those. I'll have a good old look through later. I think they came through on emails. Have you ever made dolls?
Dolls' clothes is. Clothes is. Yes, I have, yeah. I made a mini version of this.
Did
for
you?
A doll. I didn't quite get the sort of all the collar done because that was a bit more complicated, but Yes. Oh, it's sweet, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe mini versions as well, like pyjamas, and you make mini pyjamas. Right, so I'm going to do that one there. I'm going to go across, lift that one up.
This is that dreaded Y seam that I was saying.
Yes, you were saying about that. I don't.
So much easier by hand.
Yeah, how do you do it on the machine? I might not know.
Oh, you have to stop 1/4 inch from the edge and have a perfect 1/4 inch.
Oh, it's that. It's the like a box. When you do a
Yes,
box, you
yeah.
stop a bit through all of it. Yeah, but then you end up with a hole. And you have to come forward with a little bit more, and then little bit more with that.
But you don't have to worry about seam allowances with English paper piecing.
No.
You know, if you haven't cut that hexagon fabric perfectly, it doesn't really matter. As long as
No,
it
and you
wraps
can
around the
manipulate a
paper.
bit of it as well.
Yeah.
Lots of fluffy bits going on here. I will get a knot. I can, you know, I don't know what that bit is. I think that's a loop from the other side.
Nobody's going to see the back.
No, and if you look through here, you know, I'm a bit scrutinising it. You can see all the stitches, you know, and it's nice.
Oh, Alice, there we can see your stitches.
We can, and I'm using a neutral thread.
Yes.
You know, sort of a kind of a beige.
The thing is, I like to see a few of the hand stitches because it shows that it's hand sewn.
Yeah.
You are very neat, Alistair, though, I have to say. I would never have thought of, there's a hot water bottle case with fleece. I wouldn't have thought of paper piecing fleece.
Yeah.
That's a nice idea.
What, as the main fabric?
Yeah.
The fleece, yes.
Yeah. Used 60-degree diamonds for it. Lots of nice projects in here. But little achievable projects.
Yes,
You know,
yeah, once you've got the technique.
Yes, yeah.
And it can grow, because you could do some of these hexagons and think, oh, I don't want to do a tea cosy. I think I'd like to do a bag.
Yeah.
A messenger bag. I'm going to keep carrying on. And you could do this as the flap of the bag, couldn't you? And then the rest could be just plain. So you can you know, input it into anything, can't you? Oh dear, flinging things about.
So Kat, who's producing, is an EP peer, shall we call ourselves? And you're making a what? Oh, she's going to make a wall hanging.
Oh. Yeah, that's like this sort of fashion of like macrame now, isn't it? And
yes,
little rugs
that's back again.
As just, you know, like a, you know, old school. It's just a wall hanging. What is it? Well, it's just an attractive thing, a textiles thing on the wall.
Yeah, my daughter does macrame. She makes some
Does
amazing things. Yeah. But my sister used to do it back in the 70s. It was very fun. Light pools. I even had a macrame
basket,
table.
You know, my mum had a few of them down the stairwell, in the bay window.
With spider plants in them.
Yeah. Then they're all coming back, aren't they? Right, so you can see how it's going to come together like that. So I'll show you what he says on to just measure the teapot is that, you know, if you get a book and you put a book there, and then say a book there, that is your measurement for the width of it.
Good idea.
And then add, I think it says 3 centimetres for ease, you don't want to, you know, and then a centimetre for seam allowance. Yeah. So do that, and then you obviously do that to get the top, and then you add your 3 centimetres. So I'll show you the, so you've got the thing like this, and then you've obviously got the height. You're going to do a curve here, but you know, just do, you know, one good curve. You don't have to do turn up the whole thing, and then you just fold it over, and then you just cut it, you know. So that's how you do it. But yeah, so you can make it for any shape, can't you? For any cosy. I'd do that for I've got lots of covers in my kitchen. I've got one on the toaster. I'm not going to have an ugly toaster on thing, and I've got the mixer. They've all got covers. I've got a cover in my studio for the Hoover as well, because that was an ugly thing. It was just sitting there. It's got a nice floral cover on it.
You have very well dressed appliances then.
Well, it was just sitting there, you know, and I don't want to see it. I don't want to be reminded of Hoover. So right, so what shall I show you now? Shall I show you the so what I did on that? I mean, you can put any kind of wadding in, but I put H640 in. So you've got your lining, 2 pieces like that, and then you've got your back, and then your H640 you would iron rough side down on that. It didn't have a tab in the pattern.
Oh, right.
So it needs a tab, doesn't it?
It needs a tab. What are you going to pick it up with?
Dunno.
Right.
So just make a little tube, right sides together, turn it through, and then just insert it when you're doing the putting the right sides together. So so if you can imagine that's like there, I pinned these so they're not quite fitting together like that, and then you put this over it like that. So what I did before I cut anything, I cut out the fusible fleece,
right,
and I stuck it on underneath and then ironed it, because when you cut through here and all your beautiful hand stitching, it's a bit, it's going to be a bit weak at that point. Even if it was machine sewn, it would be. So that just, and then also, because I'm thinking, this delicate thing I've worked so hard at, I just, within the seam allowance, I sewed, basted round as well. And then it was all
took
fixed.
your papers out, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm just going on about the sizing of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So once you put them all together, then I would probably give it a little bit of an iron, and then take the papers out, another little iron as well.
Although initially, when this was developed in America back in the day, they kept the papers in.
Did they?
To add warmth.
Warmth.
Yeah.
Is that the reason why they were there?
Yeah. It was using up scraps of fabric with paper to keep it warm.
A bit crunchy.
And they called it English paper piecing because in America at the time that they thought that anything English was at market. So it was marketing. It was a selling tool for it.
Well, that is very true, though, isn't it? It still
Oh,
holds
absolutely.
today.
Ding dong.
Oh dear. Right. So shall I show you the pincushion now?
Yes, please.
Yes. So let's get the page. They're actually back to back. She says. No, can't find it.
Should we have a flick through the book while you're getting yourself organised?
Yeah.
And would you like that, Kat?
I would like that. Thank you.
They're great toys as well. So this is what we've got. There's Alistair. You recognise Alistair. He's the guest on Sewing Quarter. And this is the whole range of... Oh, look at that one, Quilted Covers and Cozies. Wonder who wrote that. And Sewing Room Accessories. Look, there's another one from some well-known author. But in here, all about the English paper. Oh, there's all your projects, so that's quite nice to see them all together. So this is what Andrew's going to show us in just a second. And there's your tea cosy, but it's got the little matching egg cozies as well. But I love the bag. I think it's a Harlequin kind of design, isn't it? But due to the colours that Alistair's used, but that's got a little bit of glitz in it as well. But I think that is so elegant. And antique purse frames. Antique purse frames normally come attached to antique purses. So have a look on auction sites and see what you can scavenge. Because you might find something that's very worn out and tatty, but has amazing hardware. We've got Christmas decorations in here as well. The little bowls look, so just easy things to make. I think that pyramid shape is very modern. That's probably due to the colours that have been used. That looks like it would have been perfect for your 2.5-inch strips. And then the bag, something a little bit different again. Peg bags are very much back in vogue, aren't they? Tablet cases, again, Christmas table runners. The men's scarf that's been made out of tweedy type of fabrics. And then we've got hobby bags. So I know I said it before, but small achievable projects that to get you started, they're just ideal because you're not going to lose patience when you're hand sewing. Hand sewing for a lot of people, oh no, I don't have the patience to do that, I haven't got the time to do that. But you do, what you're doing now. Sitting watching telly. Well, while you're sitting watching telly, you can be sitting creating at the same time.
Yeah.
We demand on the move is a sorry.
We demand it.
Yeah, absolutely. She can ever so bossy. But on the move is a perfect title for it, isn't it?
Yes,
so.
yes, yeah, because it is an easy thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only when it gets really much bigger, then you can't take it around with you. But all this prepping stuff is definitely small enough, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this is this enormous pincushion. I was thinking maybe you could make pockets around the side, to put your cotton reels and things. Because it looks like it should do more, doesn't it?
Yes.
It should have a bit more of a workstation. maybe a bit of elastic out the side, and you can stick bobbins in or something. Yeah, because it is so enormous, but it is what it is. It's created on that hexagon size, and that's why it's and then it's sort of fanned out.
But you know, I could fill that with pins, and I quite like the different colours.
Yeah,
because I could put my flower head in one panel, needles in another, safety pins in
White's
another,
in there.
glass head,
blues in there.
Yeah,
or probably not blues in the blue. Or needles. Different size needles.
Yeah.
You could put it in the different colours. That's always good, isn't it?
I would do in and out with a needle, not stab them.
Yeah.
Because that's so big, they can disappear inside.
Yeah, they disappear, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Never to be seen again. So this is the colourway. I don't know if you can see that, because that's from the same charm pack.
Oh, is it? That's very different.
I just sort of pulled out, used those there, and then this is more sort of, you know, with the stripes. I didn't use any stripes in there, and I just put the boats in there, so you can see that. So it starts with a hexagon like that. The shapes we've got are rectangles, and what's that? Is that a rhombus?
It's a half hexagon, isn't it?
Oh, well, yeah, half hexagon, yeah.
It must have a name.
That's a bit
It
technical.
must have a name.
It's not a parallelogram, is it?
The parallelograms have the sides going in the same direction.
Might be a rhombus.
I don't know, it's been a long time since I was at school.
Anyway, that shape, that half thing. So on here, I'm just going to turn over again and go into the zone. So for sewing it together, I would use this kind of neutral thread, you know, like beige. But for this bit, you can use anything, and you might like to use something, you know, that you can see, mightn't you? Like a late yellow or something that you can see, because you've got to remove it. So the corners, I'd go down like that and turn that in one like that. So we have it all nice and encased, a little mitered corner. And it would be nice to get these nice and sharp like that.
Oh,
yeah. But if not, it's going to get lost in a myriad of other hexagons and things like that. This is a good little project, isn't it? Just to start off.
Yes.
Just, you know. And these fabrics are so lovely. Quite inspiring, aren't they?
It's important though, isn't it? Particularly when you're hand sewn, because the fabrics are going through your hands every second.
And then that one. And just to fix that, I'm just going to put that one stitch through. You get that? So that anchors that corner, because they're the most important bits, the corners. I should be doing this in the car on the way home.
You're not driving?
No.
So how long's your journey?
About 3.5 hours.
Ooh.
It's not too bad. It's the M25.
Yeah.
Bad thing. That.
Mind you, Sunday.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
And we'll just get that in there. So anchoring that.
That's so satisfying, isn't it?
Is it satisfying watching me?
Actually, it is. I'm getting lost in there with you.
Yeah. And if you get a knot, just pull it. That's not going to stop me. It doesn't break. Like that. And it's very satisfying when you've got them all done, little pile of, you know. So I just cut that off. And then I'll do the half hexagon.
So I'd love to see your pictures, by the way, if you've got any English paper piecing on the go.
Yes.
Or anything that you've finished. So
this is quite basic. I want to see the impressive ones. Where you can go with it.
Yeah.
Because you can if you have a big area, you could just, you know, have a swathe of different colours graduating and things like that,
nice.
couldn't you?
Yeah.
Right, so we've got this one. And I'm going to go there. I'm going to start off with the corner. This one's going to have ears. You know the ears? The ears that stick out.
Don't chop them off.
No, don't chop them off. Exactly. That's the main thing, isn't it? It's very tempting. I'll just tidy up there. I'll show you in a minute. So these are just normal corners. And also just use a needle that this is quite a small little needle. I might be able to go in and out a bit better with a longer one. So we're coming down there, and then that's going to go up there like that. I'm going to keep that ear.
I do have a favourite hand sewing needle. My husband thought it was quite funny when I said I have a favourite needle.
Is it a type, or is it actually a needle?
No, it's a needle. I like sharps.
Yes.
Because they're long and thin, and the one that I've used most often has actually got a slight curve to it because I've just used it so much.
Yes.
So I didn't buy it curved, I made it curved. And it just goes in and out so smoothly.
So I suppose you're looking around, where's my special needle?
I've got a special needle.
Yeah, so that goes there, and then one's going one way and one's going the other, but it doesn't matter.
So it's a little bit like tongue and groove, isn't it, where the ears meet?
Yeah.
They bump up against
so they're not
each
going to
other.
get in the way.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I don't really need to anchor that. You could put a little knot in it. Right, so you can see, look, you've got little ears going off each way, but that doesn't really matter because it's just going to fit in there. And those ears, as you can see, are going to go underneath like that. So what I'll do is I'll sew.
Overlap.
Yeah. So I'll sew that one in. Oh, there's a bit more uniform going on here, as you can see. I'll try and do my best. So I might do that one because it's kind of key first and then go down that side.
Okay. And just skipping ahead a bit, have you just used ordinary toy filler in here?
Yes, I have. But yeah, you can use something. I mean, I was thinking maybe with the base you could make it a bit. You could put you could put maybe that Decaville or something just to make it flat.
Yes. Or maybe put a weight in the bottom.
Yeah.
If you've got some of those recycled plastic pellets that we've got on the website, that might be an idea. I mean, it's big enough; you could use it as a doorstop.
Yeah, you can. You can make it. Obviously, you've got the hexagon there. And you've got to have these that fit that length there. But this doesn't have to be as deep, does it?
No,
to fit,
no,
you can
that's
make
true.
that, and it would just come up a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, lost where he was.
You're all right. Do you want a glass of water or anything?
No, I'm all right.
You're all right. Gin and tonic.
It's the aircon. I don't like gin.
Do you?
No, do you?
I don't mind a gin. I'd rather have a glass of wine.
Yeah. Have we got any?
Funnily enough.
Yeah, I just feel there's more control, bring it towards you, but you know. Right, and then I can do that corner.
So it doesn't matter if you fold the papers in half. But
No.
you need to, don't need to get in there. And you can get quite a bit of speed going on once you get going.
Yeah, I
can't
think
you?
I've done a bit skew whiff there. Let me do the other side. I might have gone on a bit. I'm just going to cut that bit off. Yeah, you can get a speed going, can't you? As long as you've got good lighting as well.
Yeah.
And you're not watching a foreign film, because then you'll miss all the subtitles, won't you? That's the only thing. No, it's gone a bit fluffy, but I know where I'm going with my stitching.
This is something that you could do in an evening as well, isn't it? It's not a challenging project.
Oops, I'm putting it everywhere into my fingers and not in the
Do you ever use a thimble?
No, I haven't really used a thimble before. Do you?
I don't use thimbles so much. I don't know what they call them. Clover do, like little silicone caps that go over the end of your fingers. So it's not to push the needle through, it's to pull it out.
Yes,
So it
to
gives
get a
you
grip.
a nice grip on them. Yeah.
Or are they not for ironing? to protect your little fingers when you iron?
I don't know.
Those silicone things.
That's a good idea.
I thought they were to do, you know, when you've got to hold something down and you've got to iron it and get you really near to stop your fingers burning. I've got those.
I'll have a look on the packet. I can't remember. I'll just use them for the grippy nature.
Yes, yeah. After a while, you get used to getting pricked, don't you?
I do have a hard little piece of skin in the middle of my middle finger from pushing needles through.
Because when I teach children, you know, I get the 7-year-olds just coming in, and then I go, oh, and I go, what have you done? I'm trying to squeeze out this blood. This is just very normal to prick yourself. Right. So you can see it coming along to get there. So you can see these little ears. They would just go underneath like that, and then would go underneath like that. Okay, and then these, I've got a few there. So they will go opposite like that. So to get the base, so you have to make your own pattern for the base. Right. So once you've done this bit here, that's your template. So without these rectangles, so you just put that on a piece of paper, and then you add your seam allowance, you know, like your centimetre seam allowance, and then you get your, like this, like that, and then I would add my seam allowance through. So it's just, you know, because you could do big stitches, you could cut out a bit there. So they're making you just do your own template as you go. So that will have been, you know, if I put it on there, that will have been what I did that, and then I just cut out there.
I know what I like to see with projects like this as well, when you do a hand stitch over the top, so maybe almost like echo quilt it, but with a running stitch.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
Yeah, so it's just
what
an
you
extra
mean round the stitching here?
Just around the inside of the shapes.
Yeah, because once you finish, you'll go, oh, I've finished. What am I going to do now? Yeah, you just carry on there. Do you want me to sew any more?
If you like. Shall I take you through some of the fabrics as well that we've got? Because we've got 3 bundles that we've put together for you. So it was this one that you're working with, isn't it? This Philosopher.
Yes.
And we're giving you a 1/2 metre of the vanilla fabric as well. So that's either going to be the lining and the back of your tea cosy, the backing of your pincushion. And you've still got more left over. There's a lot of fabric there, isn't there? Excuse me. So we've got whales and seahorses. Isn't it seahorses where the males carry the babies? Fascinating. Yeah. Turtles, and I love that. It's a print, but it looks like a ticking stripe. And then that's Pebbly, Bumbleberry, that one's called. Then the outline of the seahorses. They're pretty, aren't they? And I'm upside down again. Boats, more seahorses. And the shells. 42 pieces here in total. I'll turn it around the right way for you. So sea urchins and octopuses, octopi, whatever, and the whales. I just think that's really elegant. And of course you've got a quality of fabric, because this is Lucent Irene, so it's a designer range. And like I said earlier, dive into any one of these and pick out 3 or 4 and they will match. Because that's what happens when you buy pre-cut fabrics like this. That's the whole idea. And it's a great way of buying lots of fabrics or lots of prints of fabric, because if you go to a fabric store, I mean, if you buy from us, you've got to order 1/2 metre. If you go into a fabric store, I've even been to one and asked for a sample and they charged me for 10 centimetre strip of fabric. But mind you, I suppose if you're English paper piecing, you just go around asking for samples and not pay for them. So I get that. Oh, that's your cardboard. But to go somewhere and how many prints have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's probably 5 or 6 prints in different colourways. To be able to go into a fabric store and say, I'd like 42 pieces of fabric and I want 5 colourways all in, you'd end up spending a lot more money on a lot more fabric than you actually need. So little bundles like this are ideal. But when you're English paper piecing, absolutely perfect, and you've got the perfect size there as well. Making smaller hexagons, and of course you probably get 4 1-inch hexagons out of those, which means it's going to last a lot longer. So that is your Philosopher. Then we have the Maya, which is Moda. So that's Lewis and Irene. This one's Moda. It's got parrots. Oh, this is Lewis and Irene, sorry. There's the next one, Moda. Got parrots, look. And the bumbleberry, monkeys. And then the little crests. But aren't they happy colours? They're bright, they're bold, they're fun. Lots of flowers. There's lots to see. There's lots of colours in here. Doesn't that look lovely with the black background? And Joe, the monkey isn't the thing that stands out. Is that your favourite?
Yeah.
It's a real pop, isn't it?
Yeah.
And what else have we got? The hearts look. That reminds me of. Oh, is it the? Oh, I can't remember. What's the symbol with the heart with the hands underneath it? It's an Irish thing, isn't it? Is it a colloda or
I don't know.
something? I don't know. You see it in jewellery a lot. Then we've got some more monkeys and parrots. So same prints again, but these are all of the different colours of said prints. So that's loads of fun. And again, you've got 42 pieces there all together. And then we've got Canning Day. This is the Moda one. This is coming out as well. And we've got florals, lots of ditzy florals. And then that's a nice one. Stripes. Again, that ticking kind of look, isn't it? More flowers. Now this one is very limited stock, so it's check out your baskets time, please, for this one. So remember, you're getting your 42 pieces, but then you have your ½ metre of fabric as well for just £17.99 for those. So that's Canning Day. So how long have you been English paper piecing, Angela?
Well, I've just done a bit here and there. I'm one of those people that has a go. I want to have a go at everything.
Yeah.
And then when I've done that, I go on to the next thing, really.
Yeah.
A bit of a butterfly.
I'm a bit like that.
Yeah, so I've done, you know, quilting and foundation paper piecing and things like that. And also, because in my classes, people come to me and want to do these things as well. So, you know, I have to look into that and find a project for them, you know.
So what's on the go at the moment for you? What are you working on?
I don't know what I'm working on. I know I've got lots of dress patterns. Yeah, I've got lots of half-finished dresses and the season's gone and they're not finished. And yeah, so...
next year?
Yes. But I'm working on a few sort of bags and things like that, just bag ideas, and soft toys as well, soft toy ideas. Yeah, it's just a bit of everything, really.
Have you started Christmas yet?
No. You?
We don't have very much to do these. We've got to the stage where everybody's got everything, so we just buy for the little kids.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's, how many have we got? I'll have another grandson by Christmas, so there'll
Really?
be 3 to buy for. Yeah.
3 grandsons?
Now I've got 2 granddaughters.
Yes.
And my first grandson is due in November.
November? Oh,
Yeah.
how exciting.
Yeah.
Right. I think I've lost one of those half hexagons, haven't I? No, I haven't. It was flipped underneath. But you can see that the difference in colour, can't you? It's
Yeah.
quite different.
I wouldn't have said they were from the same collection.
No, you could have put them, you know, mix and matched
Yeah.
them, and that one goes there. So before I forget, I just wanted to say, you know, when you were going through the fabric on the tea cozy, look, because you cut off. I'm just drawing attention to the bottom binding, because when you cut off the fabric, I don't know where I think I'll put them in the bin. Oh yeah, you sort of get these sort of strips from your hexagon.
Yeah.
So you can put them all together, make a long, and then you can make your own sort of binding all the way along. Yeah.
That brightens at the back again. Like you said, the back is plain on this one.
Yeah. So that was an added thing that I did on there. Right. So I'm still carrying on with this.
Did you find the book easy to follow?
Yes, yeah, I did, because it's just at the beginning. There's one technique, isn't there, at the beginning, the EPP,
Yeah.
and then you just go with that idea, and then you go through it. Yeah, it's very easy. And there's a different kind of pincushion in there. There's the one with the a small one. In the actual techniques at the beginning,
Right.
there's a smaller one.
Oh yes. Oh, I've made one of those before. Do they call it Grandmother's Garden? Where it looks like they put the hexagons together to make a flower. I'm sure
Is
there's
it?
a name
Yeah,
for
it's
it.
got an actual name.
Yeah.
That's a classic. And then you can make lots of them, and they all fit together, don't
Yes. Yeah, that's true. So you've got inserting a zip as a technique, putting buyer's binding on.
they? As I said, I've done the bag in there. That was quite different. What's it called? It
The
was
hobby
with,
bag.
It was like a tote bag.
Oh, with the diagonal lines on it.
Excuse me.
I think Angela needs a lozenge.
Yes.
That one.
Yes, yeah, it was that one, and it was like raised. But with that one, it wasn't the paper. You didn't put paper in it. You used your wadding as the your template, and you curled the fabric round it, and you kept that wadding in, and then you sewed all the rays together, and then it was already quilted.
So that was all on the machine? Was that hand sewn?
Hand sewn.
Oh,
all the
really?
rays were hand sewn, all the pieces.
Nice idea.
It is a nice idea because you don't take it out. So it's using it as a design.
Like a quilt as you go kind of
Quilt
thing,
as you
isn't
go,
it?
but it's kept keeping it in because it's quilted. And you do your own design. You get the rectangle and you just do the shards of the sort of sun rays. You do it yourself. So yeah, lots of good ideas in that book.
Oh, Chris has sent a picture in.
Yeah.
Oh, little stars, look.
Oh, they're lovely fabrics, aren't they?
Oh, again, are they actually going to be little stars for Christmas, maybe? That's a nice idea. What's the circle on the left-hand side? That looks interesting.
Is that a big pincushion?
Yeah, it looks like a pincushion.
Are they stiff, those little things? They're not like pot holders, are they?
Oh, that'd be a nice idea. They've still got the papers in them. Those are, what shape are they? Are they dual?
Dresden. No, it's not the Dresden thing, is it?
Oh, might be. Oh, I don't know. Oh, Chris, what's the name of the shape? That's really pretty. How
yeah,
elegant
the fabrics are lovely, aren't they?
So eight pieces to the whole piece. I'm looking at those thinking they're obviously unfinished because the papers look like they're still in them. It's still got your tacking stitches.
Yeah.
So in my mind, I'm thinking, what am I going to do with those? I wonder what shape. It'd be diamonds if you join them together, wouldn't they? That you'd need to join them.
Like a joining shape.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. So here's
Thank
my
you.
little pin cushion, and to make the shape going down the side, then you just join the sides like that.
So at what point do you take the papers out?
I'm not sure. I think, yeah, you're right. Would I take them out before I do that? Because otherwise I wouldn't be able to iron them. No, I think I carry on. I carry on keeping them in. Because I'm still hand sewing them, aren't I?
I suppose right till the last minute.
Yeah.
Is the base sewn in as well, or did you machine that?
You know what? It's I did actually hand sew that, probably because it was just on a roll, but you probably could machine sew it.
So you could leave
Yeah.
it right till the very end before the papers
Yeah.
came out.
Exactly. Well, because I still need the structure. I'm still sewing the sides.
Yeah, I think it's one of the most relaxing hobbies if you've ever done it. Have you got any more messages on Facebook? You've all gone quiet. Are you making lunch?
That's probably if it's a nice day.
Oh, maybe
People
they've all
are
gone
out.
out. Well, I bet Julie's outside a caravan sewing now. Chris said they are... Oh, she'd made up the pattern. Oh, brilliant.
Oh.
And they're going to be Christmas decorations, yeah. And the round shape is a magnetic needle minder. I need a magnetic needle minder.
Where's the magnetic bit? Where was that?
I don't know. Did you make it? You put a magnet in it, and then that's a nice idea. That's my magnetic pincushion down there. They're very handy for when you drop pins.
Yes,
because you just waft them over the top.
Yeah.
I did I might have told you before, so apologies if you've heard before. I used to be a firm believer in magnets and the therapy of, and I was actually working on a shopping channel, doing some craft, standing up behind a counter wearing a magnet on my tummy.
Yes.
It's amazing what they attract. You could see things just coming to, not scissors or anything heavy, but yeah, things just
so pins would come towards you.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Oh dear. If it was a strong
Did
magnet,
you mask it well?
But if it was a strong magnet and I walked past the kitchen, I could have been wearing saucepans.
You could have. A knife could have flown towards you. Did it work?
Yes, it did.
Did it?
Yes, absolutely. Still a firm believer.
So look, so I've got my little wall up there, but if I wanted to, I don't know how long we've got left, but I just want to show you how to take the...
We've got a minute.
well, to take the papers out, you know, people say, oh, how do you take the papers out? So you just get rid of your, not get rid, but, you know, cut a few things and pull out your thread like that, your tacking, yeah, obviously. And then they should just come out nicely. Bit, you know, they might have been eaten a bit around the side, like that. Yeah, pull them out like that. Quite a satisfying little job, this, of an evening. Yeah.
Fiona's asking for a reminder of which paper you used for your pieces.
What kind of paper?
Yeah.
It's just a normal, you know, photocopy paper.
Copy paper,
yeah, because you know, you have lots of spare bits that go a bit wrong.
Yeah.
Put them to the side. They're my spare paper, and then I just use it. Yeah, so it's a bit crunchy. I mean, you could use something. You could use a tissue paper or something like that. But it's quite sturdy. I mean, you can use that again.
Yeah, you could do.
And then obviously you've got your base, and then you'll stick that on there, and then you'll just sew round.
And then
leave a gap, and then stuff it. And you might like to stiffen the bottom so it's not so. Put some interfacing in it or something like that.
When are you back again, Angela?
In October, is it the 15th? I think it'll be another Sunday.
Oh, right.
So we might see each other again.
You should do.
Yes.
Do you know what you're doing?
No, I don't know what I'm doing. I'll do anything, me.
Might hold you to that.
Yeah.
You can make the coffees next time.
Oh, okay.
Let's take a look at what's coming up tomorrow. So on Monday morning here on Sewing Street, we have fabulous fabrics at 8 o'clock in the morning. At 9 o'clock is anniversary wall hangering. Catherine Wright's coming in. At 10 o'clock we have quilting tools, and at 11 Woven Dreams Design roll quilt again with Catherine. And the fabric panels from our 8 o'clock show this morning is going to be back at 12 o'clock tomorrow. There's more sewing coming up after the hour, so we're going to a repeat hour, but it's still a little bit of sewing if you'd like to stay with us. And remember, you can order still using that 1PMP for the whole of the rest of the day. Even if we're not live, just have a look on the website. If you think later on today, do you know, I'm going to have a go at English paper piecing, but I need some fabrics for it. Come back any time you like, and you can place your order on the website or indeed on the phone lines. So it's been lovely to have your company this Sunday morning. Thank you for all of your messages and your pictures. We've got lots to go through on emails as well, so I'll have a check of those shortly. And personally, I shall see you again on Friday morning, so enjoy the rest of your week. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning. How are you all today? Hope you're having a lovely Saturday, isn't it? Lovely Saturday morning. Already loads of people watching us on YouTube. If you've got us on Freeview, on Sky, on the web. Hello, everybody.